Okay, that actually sounded kind of cool. That's what I was hoping you would do. Is if we had, you know, like enough people on Twitch doing the 1, 2, 3 together, they'd be played almost in succession. And that actually sounded cool. I'm kind of glad. Satisfaction.
Do you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Don't be creepy.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man! Don't even play.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. This is from 12 Rules for Life. It's science.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Consequences.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Just like my wife's vagina.
Oh, never occurred to me. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Right now.
this juncture.
China. I have to have my China.
Face, boss.
People from China, they love me.
Illegal.
Don't be creepy.
Come on!
Phrasing?
How rude.
Oh, girl, baby, girl.
A what now?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
That's hot.
So on right now.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it. Get this water out of here.
This wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Well, here we are again. Floating through the abyss. It's been over 24 hours since we've seen each other, which means we've got even more to look at than usual. With all that said, I suppose we better get right to it. Make sure those seatbelts are fastened, as this flight through the unknown may encounter turbulence. Among other things. things like friends. Hello, space fams. Okay, let's see who's here. Moa Nope, Aaron W, Dirk Gently, the Anti-Corporatist, BCAT K, Good for Gabby, Bob Carmody, Terry McLean, Mozart, or Mozart. I'm not sure. How do you? I've never even considered it. In my head, it's always Mozart. Who else is here? Let's see. Rude, Interplanet Janet, of course. Well, good to see you all. Alright, we're going to start in the United States. Totally normal place where nothing weird ever happens. And everybody... Yeah, that's not gonna hold. I was gonna try, but no. I couldn't even finish that sentence. Okay, well, let's look at this incredibly disturbing story before we get into politics. I don't know why I've started with this. Probably discussing gun violence or gun violence. This is NBC News from a day ago. The video appears to show officer kicking kneeling man.
Tonight, outrage over an Ohio police officer kicking a kneeling man who appeared to be complying with their orders.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Got out the car, ran to him, and drop kicked him. Who?
It was incredibly unnecessary, is what it was. As considering the stance that man was taking, in no way do I see any sort of justification for that kind of violence.
Does that? If I were to do that to you or anybody else, I'd be
I just
in jail.
realized we have a bunch
Members of the public heated at a city council
characters
meeting,
here.
calling out what they say is a pattern of bad behavior by Canton police, including the recent death of Frank Tyson in their custody. Tyson was arrested after police say he ran from the scene of a car crash in April. Body cam.
Yeah, I can't believe these are in the same precinct. Like in the we just talked about this other one just months ago. And here we are back in the same very familiar place.
Video capturing an officer kneeling on his back while Tyson tells officers, "I can't breathe."
I can't breathe.
Tyson later seen motionless and unresponsive on the floor while still in handcuffs. The county coroner ruling his death a homicide. The two officers involved remain on paid administrative leave as the Ohio Attorney General reviews the case.
It's really hard to imagine that I represent 6 men, 3 dead and 3 living since 2022, January 1. That have been subjected to force, dog bite attacks, in this case getting kicked in the head.
Attorney Bobby DiCello represents both.
Yep. Mozart, not Mozart. Okay. Alright, I'll write that down. Does it sound different? Does what sound different? Background sound? More background sounds? Yeah, we should end qualified immunity. That's a given. That's a given. I feel like I've said it so many times I forget to say it now. But yes. Yes, you would think that would change things a little bit. Everything? Everything. Wow. That's incredibly specific. Maybe it's just because you have your earbuds. Well, I mean, you would think... One would think that earbuds would, in fact, give you more sounds. Omega Star made it in third on Twitch. Well done. Well done. It just sounds like I'm moving my mic at all times. Really? Well, I don't know what to say about that. I'm trying to think of what it would be. Sounds like I'm moving my mic at all times. Unfortunately, I can't hear anything back, so I have no idea. I have no idea right now. All right, let's get into the politics. Alright, let's start right off with this. NBC News from a day ago. Trump says he will in fact take part in first debate with Harris.
And speaking of the debate, earlier today, the former president said he will take part in that first debate with Vice President Kamala Harris, set for 2 weeks from today. And news tonight, the Harris-Walz ticket will sit down for their first interview. Garrett Hake is following it all tonight. Garrett, good evening.
Hey, Tom, good evening. And yeah, just a day after casting doubt about his participation, Donald Trump now says he's once again in agreement with the Harris campaign to move ahead with that debate on September 10th. But while Trump campaign aides say the rules will be the same as that last debate against President Biden, including microphones muted for the candidate not speaking, the Harris campaign says negotiations on the mics are ongoing, and in a statement mocked Trump for, quote, letting his handlers overrule him on that issue.
Ooh,
Separately, we learned
burn.
tonight that Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will sit.
Okay, that's actually hilarious to me. I feel like Kamala's doing great with this interpersonal sort of back and forth right now already. I know she hasn't been at it for very long, but just little clips like that, I think it's perfect. It's a perfect tone. But oh, you're just gonna let them decide for you, Donald? Come on, what the fuck? I thought you were a big boy. What's happening? You're not a big boy? Yeah, that's gonna get infected. What's getting infected? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, it looks like the debate's on, but there is still some ongoing discussions as to the microphones and whether or not they will be muted. Let's talk a little bit more about those microphones here. Let's go to BBC. But it looks like we can be looking forward to a actual debate in about dozen or so days.
2
A
weeks to
baker's
go
dozen
until the
days.
first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. There have been disagreements over the programme format. Democrats want both candidates' microphones to be live throughout the full broadcast on ABC on September the 10th. Mr. Trump has said it doesn't matter to him either way, but the Republican campaign are reported to want him to be muted unless it's his turn to speak. When President Biden was the Democratic candidate, both sides had agreed to the muting of microphones. Let's speak to CBS correspondent Jared Hill, who joins us from New York. Jared, what are both sides saying then about this format?
Yeah, so Martine, on one hand here, you have the Harris campaign saying that they believe that this is now a settled matter, because yesterday we did see former President Trump coming out and saying that while there were these agreed upon set of rules, he doesn't really care either way if the mics are muted, and actually he says he would prefer for them to be unmuted. The Harris campaign...
Oh, he would prefer for them to be unmuted.
Saying, quote, Trump's handler...
See, Trumpy, come on, Trump. Don't let your handlers tell you what to do. You're a big boy. You want those mics unmuted, pal? Come on, go free mic. Freedom. Embrace it.
Prefer the muted microphone because they don't think their candidate can act presidential for 90 minutes on his own. This is what they're saying there. The question is going to be whether this actually does end up happening. But even outside of the issue with the microphones, there is this question of whether the debate will actually happen, because former President Trump yesterday, for the second time, has said that he doesn't agree with the venue for this debate, in particular the network that would be hosting this one, saying that it's not friendly to him or to other conservatives, saying that he's considering pulling out of the debate. The question is going to be if he actually does. And so
can you imagine handling Trump? Yeah, I honestly, I do. I think about it. I feel like it would just be a very exasperating sort of experiment in human patience, right? It's like, sir, can you please stick to the script? Absolutely not. Your script sucks. I asked the crowd. They told me it's the very worst script they've ever seen. But you said a bunch of unfactual. I don't care. I'm gonna do whatever I want. Now get me some McDonald's. And call Rudy. Tell him I need his advice. Okay, this is the most recent video on all this. I think they've agreed to terms, technically. Actually, hold on. Yeah, let's go to this. September 10th, people, put it on your calendars. It's coming up quick. How many likes do we have?
President Donald Trump says he has reached an agreement to participate in the September 10th debate with Vice President Harris. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said the debate will take place on ABC News and said the format will follow the same rules as the last CNN debate. CBS News has reached out to the Harris-Walz campaign but has not yet heard back. Let's bring in Olivia Rinaldi for more. So, Olivia, still unclear. Are we any closer to knowing what's happening with the issue of the mic and whether it will be muted?
Yeah, Lindsay, there's been a lot of back and forth about this debate. Will they, won't they? What does it look like? We're getting a little bit more clarification from this Truth Social post that Donald Trump just put out. He read a few things. I do want to note that he also said the rules will be the same as the CNN debate. And at the CNN debate, that is where they had the mics muted when a candidate was not speaking or perhaps when the question had gone to someone else. So if the rules are the same, we anticipate that that is something that will be continuing.
Okay, hold on. We are going to look at this. This is Donald J. Trump at the real Donald Trump on Truth Central. I'll do it in a Trumpy voice. Okay. I have reached an agreement with the radical left Democrats for a debate with Comrade Kamala Harris. It'll be broadcast live on ABC. Fake news, by far the nastiest and most unfair newscaster in the business, on Tuesday, September 10th, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Now, you might be asking me why I'm pausing so much. It's because he put a comma after each one of those. The rules will be the same as the last CNN debate, which seemed to work out very well, except for perhaps crooked Joe Biden. The debate will be stand up, and candidates cannot bring notes or cheat sheets. We have also been given assurance by ABC that this will be a fair and equitable debate, and that neither side will be given the questions in advance. No doubt of Brazil. Harris not agreeing to the Fox News debate on September 4th, but that date will be held open in case she changes her mind or flip-flops, as she has done on every single one of her long-held and cherished policy beliefs. A possible third debate, which would go to NBC fake news, has not been agreed to by the radical left. God bless America. Project 2025. Project P25. So it looks like it's on. It's on, folks. It's on. However, two possible debates could happen. I wouldn't hold your breath, but could happen. If she doesn't destroy him, you will be a monkey's uncle. I would be shocked. I would honestly be shocked if she does not, certainly if she doesn't do better. I think we can all easily put our money on her doing better than Joe Biden. Which is what I was going to say, but I mean, I think she can do better than Joe Biden, you know? Okay. Now, it would seem Donald Trump has been floating some ideas in terms of what he might do after, or perhaps if he doesn't get elected here in November. Let's see.
I love you. Have a great day at school.
Dictator on day one. There will have to be some form of punishment for women. Roe vs. Wade was terminated. Fire, fury, bloodbath. Now get in.
You know what, honey? I'm gonna drive you today. Besides, can convicted felons even drive school buses?
If you wouldn't trust him with your kid, why would you trust him with your country?
Illegal.
Paid for by Eric Swalwell for Congress. Eric Swalwell. All right. Using those campaign funds for good cause. That was pretty funny. Not gonna lie. And accurate. I don't think that a felon can drive a school bus. I'm pretty sure it is, in fact,
Illegal.
okay. Exactly. Good work, Swalwell. Okay, let's go to this. Now, I don't know if this is necessarily representative of any sort of trend or anything else like that, but this is MSNBC from a day ago. Trump voter convinced not to back Trump after unstable rally speech.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Donald Trump has never had a reputation for honesty, or for command of policy issues, or for coherence, or for reading cleanly from a teleprompter. But in the past month, in numerous interviews and appearances since Kamala Harris became his election opponent, Trump has gotten worse. Hard to imagine that was possible, but that's the case. For example, you heard him slur and ramble through a friendly online chat with Twitter owner Elon Musk.
Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. You know, she's not a smart person, by the way.
Jesus
she can't
Christ.
have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out.
You heard him call into Fox News after Harris's acceptance speech at the DNC, where he struggled with the network's time constraints and banging the buttons on his own phone.
70% of our people are living in poverty. She's going to give a tax increase of 4 to 5 times what people and companies are paying right now. You know why? In the end, the Democrats did the same thing to Joe Biden. They threw Joe Biden out of the party.
It's a
They
coup.
did the same thing as they did to
Mr.
RFK.
President, thank
They cooed Joe Biden. Crooked Nancy took him out. He forgot his dentures. I know. It's an embarrassing situation for him.
you so
very much, sir.
for the time. We
Okay,
appreciate
thank you very
that
much.
live feedback.
Stay right there. Live edition of Gutfeld is coming up. Thank you so much for joining us from Chicago. It's been a great week.
Good night.
I love how the news has just become react videos. Has anybody else noticed that that's pretty much like they've really leaned into it. Like they've been kind of doing it over the years, but it's gotten like it's real. It's like really happening now, legitimately. Like CNN, MSNBC are basically the Daily Show now. I mean, the comedy is definitely lower quality, but...
And despite constant appeals from his aides to avoid personal attacks and stick to the script in his policy speeches, well, you know.
We're going to do a free poll. Here's the two questions. Should I get personal? Should I not get personal? Ready? Should I get personal?
You're fired.
Should I not get personal? I don't know. My advisors are fired. But I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm...
Jesus fucking Christ. Wow. Hold on. Let's just go to this. This is The Guardian. Let's look at this. The Guardian. Are Trump's campaign rallies energizing his base or sowing doubt? Quote unquote. I've been thinking of voting for him again because Biden's been so bad for the economy and Kamala won't be any better. But after listening to that, I'm actually afraid of Trump being president again. Oh boy.
Illegal.
And this was a Trump supporter who was at this rally who felt that his rhetoric was so unhinged and his demeanor was so strange that they, wow, they might just not vote. Imagine thinking that the weakness in your campaign is you haven't been wild enough. Well, I mean, some candidates, in fact, have in the past haven't. I mean, certainly Donald Trump is not on any such list. Trying to think of who would make it on that list. Who hasn't been wild enough? I don't know. Ralph Nader. Okay, hold on. All right, focus in here. Okay. Now, let's go to this. This is Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago, where Donald Trump was asked just a normal question about how well Kamala Harris is fundraising. If you didn't hear, she's raised $540 million. That's right, more than $500 million has been raised by the Harris campaign since it was announced that she would be the presidential nominee. Or at least, actually, not even since she was announced, and since she got backing from Joe Biden that week. She was technically still up in the air. They hadn't done the they hadn't done the virtual roll call until what, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago or something like that. It's all blending together in my goddamn head now. But let's see what Donald Trump had to say about these numbers.
Okay.
Bob, what are your plans to counter the post-DNC fundraising boost that Democrats saw after Vice President Harris's speech?
Well, I think they're doing very poorly. I'm leading in the polls. They had their, what they call their little period of time where, you know, typically somebody goes up.
They had what you call their little time where they go up for a little bit of time. People call it that all the time. It's totally normal. I've heard it. You've heard it. We've all heard it. Hold on, let me hear that again. It's the most nonsensical statement. And I mean, we hear Donald Trump talk all of the time, but this is in contention for one of the dumbest things he's ever said. That made no sense at all.
Well, I think they're doing very poorly. I'm leading in the polls. They had their, what they call their little period of time where, you know, typically somebody goes up. They didn't go up at all. We went up. So could you move, please? Secret Service, yeah.
Could you move, please? You're blocking my way, trying to make this very important point.
No, I think we're doing phenomenally. We're leading in the polls. We're leading here. What do you think, Ken? Yeah? Absolutely.
It's because of these volunteers.
So we just came in to say hello. We wanted to pay our respects, and I think we're going to have a great election. And are you seeing?
So I guess I'm confused. I guess Donald Trump is going to counter the fundraising that Kamala Harris has been receiving since all this sort of kicked off, is I guess claiming it just doesn't exist. Just sort of saying, no, actually we're doing much better. Polls, they're lying. We're actually in the lead, and that, you know, 540 million, probably all fake money.
Even better than last time, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Way better.
Yes.
Too big to rig.
I think we're gonna do a great job. Who are you with?
NBC, but the pool.
NBC. Fake news.
Illegal.
He just lashes out whenever he can't answer a question, which is often, of course, but like he has to find something. Oh boy. So as you can see, he's taking it very well. He's having no problems with
I don't want reality.
Kamala Harris having some pretty much record-breaking sort of fundraising happening right now. Let's see. Maybe this will be the strategy that works for Trump. I don't know. I don't think that denying and saying that the funds aren't there, I don't think that's a great strategy. Maybe this one will work. Let's go to here. ABC News from a day ago. Trump to put Robert F. Kennedy Jr., former Democratic lawmaker Tulsi Gabbard, on his transition team. Ooh. The hard hitters coming in. Hitting the Rolodex. Who can we bring in?
Vice President Harris is hitting the campaign trail tomorrow for the first time since the Democratic National Convention. With just 70 days till Election Day, Harris is taking her message on a bus tour across Georgia, while former President Trump is campaigning across the Midwest. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins me now for more on that. Selena, the Trump campaign has confirmed to ABC News that Trump's former rival, Robert Kennedy Jr., and former Democratic...
Yeah, hold on. I love how people still talk about Tulsi Gabbard as if she's a Democrat. I mean, I know they say former Democratic lawmaker, but that's just because she's not elected to anything now. She's just an annoying person who happens to exist in this, the political sphere, if you will.
I mean, it's unclear exactly what role they would play in the transition team, but in confirming this information to us, a senior Trump campaign advisor said this comes as they're trying to expand their support across partisan lines. Now, RFK Jr. and Gabbard are both former progressive Democrats who more recently left the party. RFK Jr. said in a recent interview, in a new interview with Tucker Carlson, that he's looking forward to joining this presidential transition team and that he's going to play a role in picking people who would serve in this next Trump administration. It's only days ago that RFK Jr. suspended his independent bid for president. He formally endorsed Trump. This is despite a very acrimonious history between RFK Jr. and Trump. RFK Jr.'s campaign was also in part fueled by conspiracy theories around vaccine and COVID. Now, Tulsi Gabbard, she only yesterday formally endorsed Donald Trump, but she has already been playing a role in his debate preparation, sources tell us.
She's helping me prep, pretending to be Kamala Harris, saying all those crazy commie things those Democrats are always saying. RFK Jr. and Tucker Carlson interview incoming tomorrow. Oh wow, that is some hot news.
So hot right now.
Okay, now let's talk about guy by the name of J.D. Vance. This is what he had to say a day ago on the... Actually, you know, maybe we should go to this one after. Nah, fuck it. This is him a day ago being asked outside of a airplane, I believe it's a Trump airplane, what he had to say about the new indictment that has been brought against Donald Trump around the election interference in 2020.
Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing, but it looks like Jack Smith doing more of what he does, which is filing these absurd lawsuits in an effort to influence the election. I mean, the one thing that I did see, which I felt was just classic lipstick on a pig, is, you know, of course, the reason...
You know, it's funny. As a special counsel, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what his whole job is, to file lawsuits and things like that. It is his job. I mean, they don't have to be fraudulent, and I'm sure JD doesn't actually have any evidence for the fraudulence he's claiming.
The Supreme Court threw out his lawsuit is because they said it implicated the president's official act.
Good point, PB. JD, not a fan of lipstick on pigs. Okay, not a fan.
Illegal.
But you put some lipstick on a couch. Well, you got yourself a nice evening in, don't you?
Of course, which the president has immunity in conducting those official acts, and yet Jack Smith tried to redefine Mike Pence as from the vice president to the running mate, as if somehow changing those words in an indictment undercuts the fact that Mike Pence is still the sitting vice president, and it still directly implicates the president's official act. So I don't
know. It doesn't. What do I know? I'm not really. I don't really know anything, actually. No, what happened is that because of the Supreme Court ruling, they had to amend their filing to exclude the quote-unquote official acts, which the Supreme Court has deemed as being completely legal, apparently, no matter what they might be, I guess. I mean, there was no real clarification on what things would meet the bar beyond official. I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? I feel like you just run through the streets naked with a machete screaming official, and that would probably fall under the, as long as you're president, of course. But like Joe Biden could do it right now if he wanted to. Alright, let's go here. CNN from 13 hours ago. CNN rolls tape on resurfaced clips showing pattern of advances. It's attacks. Can't call it anything else.
More past comments from J.D. Vance resurfacing, where he is talking about the childless status of a political opponent. This during a 2021 Ohio Senate forum. Then candidate Vance went after a teachers union leader who didn't have kids.
You know, so many of the leaders of the left, and I hate to be so personal about this, but they're people without kids trying to brainwash the minds of our children. If she wants to brainwash and destroy the minds of children, she should have some of her own and leave ours the hell alone.
What is that
CNN K-File reports on several other instances in recent years where Vance brought up this topic.
We should care about declining.
Wait, before we go to this unhinged statement, what the fuck are those flags? Is that Puerto Rico? What is that? I'm very confused. Did they desecrate a flag?
The CNN K-File report found several other instances in recent years where Vance brought up this topic.
We should care about declining fertility, not just because it's bad for our economy, but because we think babies are good. And we think babies are good because we're not sociopaths.
Just like my wife's vagina.
Why have we let the Democrat Party become controlled by people who don't have children? And why is this just a normal fact of American life? We're affected.
What is he talking about? There are so many people in Congress and in government who have children. I don't know where he's getting this from. It's not making a ton of sense.
Run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies. Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC.
Kamala Harris has a child.
The entire future of the Democrats is controlled.
And doesn't Pete Buttigieg also have a child too? They both have children. They're not biological children, but is that the only way for them to... I mean, what? If you're not biological, you don't count.
People without children.
So while that childless cat lady's remark is perhaps like, you know, you can print it on a t-shirt, which is why it makes it so devastating for him.
Pete Buttigieg has 2 kids. Yeah. I also find it pretty fucked up that he decided to include Pete Buttigieg in quote-unquote childless cat ladies. Like, come on. That's unnecessary.
And there are more comments that basically underscore the philosophy he was trying to articulate with that one phrase.
Yeah, and look, I kind of keep thinking back also to earlier in the show. This is kind of in a new reality now.
Like, the fact is, like, and this is me coming to a conclusion, right? I think it's pretty well founded. If the only kids to him that matter are, and the parents that matter are people who have only their own biological children, who don't adopt, who don't have surrogates, who don't whatever else, right? Like if you have a non-traditional quote-unquote family, well, then you're not important. Why is that? You know, in my mind, what comes to me immediately on a base level is that it comes from a place of sort of eugenicist sort of outlook on life, right? The J.D. Vance thinks that the only reason is to propagate your own genetics and to propagate some sort of, you know, like weird, like, what do you call it? Like weird, like family value thing onto like this whole idea of propagating genetics, and it's just gross. It's like, why would non-traditional family be any less important, right? Because it doesn't serve that particular thing in his mind, I think. And so he just completely rules it out. And it's a really gross thing. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's generally what it feels like. Let's be real. Come on, J.D. Vance, it's not that much of a leap. He says some fucked up stuff.
It changed it was a little bit, maybe 10 years ago when you had a little sporadic things. What are the best attacks we have against Kamala Harris? Things on video. What are the best attacks they have on J.D. Vance? Things on video. Pelosi we talked about before whether Trump will use, I feel responsible for this. The proliferation of video is now a massive, you're being videoed everywhere. And I think how candidates deal with that, especially with vetting candidates and how they respond to these attacks, is going to be a huge new problem with the campaigns going forward.
Yeah, I mean, look, I take your point. I will also say one of those was in a televised, a forum for when he was running for Senate, and the other was when he was a candidate for vice president. I mean, that's actually really interesting to me in terms of he was articulating the childless cat.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was like sitting here reading comments and just letting this go in the background. Totally non-productive. We do not need to listen to this whole CNN discussion going on. Most CNN discussions are non-productive. Not gonna lie. I think we all know that, though. Yeah, that was sort of a bounty of evidence that J.D. Vance hates cat ladies. But there's more.
Look, I regret certainly that a lot of people took it the wrong way, and I certainly regret that the DNC and Kamala Harris lied about it.
But do you regret what you said, Senator?
Like always, that's not a regret. You can't regret something for somebody else, right? That's the opposite of that. It's a non-apology. Is what that was.
Listen, I'm gonna say things from time to time that people.
I say stuff.
I'm a real person. I'm gonna make jokes. I'm gonna say things sarcastically. Those sarcastic comments were made in the service of a real substantive point.
They were in the service. It sounds so dignified. They were in the service of a real and substantive point about how
country has become.
Cat ladies are just always causing JD problems.
To anti-family. Those
so
things
no
that
regrets.
People disagree with. I have a lot of regrets, Kristen, but making a joke 3 years ago is not in the top 10 of the list.
Look, as you...
Yeah, he's not doing good. He is not doing good over there. Whoever is coaching him is doing a bad job. I agree. I mean, honestly, the Trump Vance campaign right now is sort of going down the tubes. Okay, now let's see how the other vice presidential nominees looking... Because Tim Walz has been out there. He's been shaking hands. He's been making jokes. Having conversations with different people. And this was him on Subway Takes with Kareem from a day ago. Wait, where is it? Oh, here it is.
So what's your take?
My take is the most neglected part of home ownership is the gutters. It's personal for me.
100% agree.
I've had problems with gutters before. You get your basement wet, you get ice dams, cause a lot of problems.
It's not good.
No, it is not, but there are fixes. Now, the other day...
It is so weird to hear somebody this normal in politics. Like yo, Donald Trump has no idea what is involved in gutter care. I mean, I'm not sure you could even actually properly identify a gutter on a house. The fact is there's no way Donald Trump has ever done anything to fix a gutter on a house or clean a gutter on a house.
Thing is that when you live in Minnesota, fall's a great time of year, a lot of leaves. You got to get up on a ladder.
And they get stuck in the gutter. The leaves get stuck in the gutter. I've seen many a man fall off the ladder.
Many a man, seriously.
Many a man fall off the ladder.
But there's a fix. You can put a gutter helmet over the top of it.
A gutter helmet?
It covers it. It lets the water go through, keeps it out of your house. I see this all the time.
How often do you like looking at gutters?
I look quite often, surprisingly, because I kind of judge it. I try not to be judgmental on people, but when I see a well-tended gutter, it says a lot about somebody. So.
Wow, he seems to get some serious enjoyment from gutters. I would not have guessed that.
What's better, a well-tended lawn or a well-tended gutter?
I'd go with the gutters.
100%. There's no doubt in your mind.
No, I think gutters are a big thing that they really matters.
Where do you buy gutters?
The downspouts I bought at Menards.
Save big money at
Menards. That's exactly right.
That's not how. That's
so relatable. You know what he reminds me of? Mr. Feeney. He reminds me of Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World. Granted, they got slightly different vibes, but I mean, there's also some fucking parallels there. So he's like a combination of like Mr. Feeney and can't remember his name. The guy who lived on the other side of the fence, who you never saw his face. I don't know why I'm comparing him to that show. It's very random. Just came to me out of nowhere. I haven't seen that show in like... Uh-oh, I'm old. Oh boy. Let's forget. Let's never talk about that show ever again. Alright, let's move on. Al. Thank you. Thank you, Dirk. Wait, was it Al? No. Al was... I thought Al was the other guy on the show. Not the guy who lived in the backyard. Who lived on the other side of the fence in the backyard. Yes, Wilson. Thank you. Yes. Yes, that was a sabotage. But it's okay. Oh boy, I'm on Top Chat. That's highly offensive. Okay, let's go here. Associated Press from a day ago. Feds file new indictment against Trump over his efforts to undo the 2020 election.
Well, typical, because you'll believe anything. Newsmax is...
This is not the one. This is... rude. So rude. There we go.
Former President Donald Trump is charged in a new indictment by special counsel Jack Smith related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. This new indictment still keeps intact the same original 4 charges. However, it narrows the allegations against him, and that's because the Supreme Court, in an opinion last month, conferred broad immunity on former presidents. And it said that one element of the indictment in particular, namely Donald Trump's interactions with the Justice Department, his efforts to involve the department in trying to overturn his election loss. The Supreme Court said all of that is conduct for which Trump is entitled to absolute immunity, because that is conduct that constitutes an official act. And so what the special counsel's office has done is get a new grand jury to issue a new indictment that removes from the original charging document all of the allegations that relate to the Justice Department.
Okay, so one thing I've been thinking recently about this Supreme Court ruling, and I'm no constitutional lawyer, but logically, right? Follow my logic here for a second. Now, because the fact is, I was hearing, and you know, we're probably gonna, I think we're gonna touch on this later at some point. I can't remember where. Oh, actually, is it this one? Anyways, follow my logic here, real quick, because here's the thing. I've been hearing people suggesting that this immunity also would apply to the vice president, and because they were talking about somebody in one of the videos I was watching, somebody was talking about how Mike Pence would also be exempt because he's the vice president and he would have immunity and blah blah blah. If that were the case, this would go down all the way through pretty much every member of the House and Senate, right? Because technically, after the vice president, like if the president and the vice president are suddenly, they're just like they're like abducted from the earth, right, by aliens. It's the speaker of the Senate, right, who gets the majority whip in the Senate. Who gets it? And then there's like a whole line of succession after it, right? So I mean, like in theory, you could argue, if you can argue that the vice president gets the same immunity that the president would get, you would also be able to say the same for everybody else down the line of succession until you run out of names. I know it's incredibly different than the vice president, but somebody made the argument. We might run into this video. I can't remember if I left it on here or not. Let's see if this is the one. I'm sorry. I started with 120 videos. I knocked it down to 90, so at least, you know, be proud of me for making it that far. All right, here is CBS Evening News from a day ago. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson discusses his immunity ruling.
We spoke to Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson about her blistering dissent in that landmark immunity case.
Hey,
she granted CBS News her first TV interview since joining the nation's highest court ahead of the publication of her memoir, Lovely One. Here's what she said about what worries her about the decision in Trump versus United States. In your dissent, you wrote that the court declared for the first time in history that the most powerful official in the United States can, under circumstances yet to be fully determined, become a law unto himself. It sounds like a warning.
Well, I mean, that was my view of what the court determined.
You were concerned about broad immunity.
I was concerned about a system that appeared to provide immunity for one individual under one set of circumstances. when we have a criminal justice system that had ordinarily treated everyone the same.
Are you prepared that this election could end up before the Supreme Court?
As prepared as anyone can be. Let me ask you, are you prepared for all of the news cycles that you're getting as a result of this election?
No.
No, exactly. I mean, I think there are legal issues that arise out of the political process. And so the Supreme Court has to be prepared to respond if that should be necessary.
Now, as you asked the question, is the majority whip a dom, a sub, or a switch? So Steve Scalise, the Republican from Louisiana, is the majority leader of the U.S. House of Representatives. I think it might be a switch. This is him. You let me know what you think in chat, but you can go either way. You think he's a sub? Okay. You're entitled to that opinion. He just seems like a guy who gets things done, you know. He's willing to make compromises, you know. You know, his whip, he's gotta, you know, sometimes he's gotta make sacrifices here and there, mate. I'm sorry, I'm done. We're done talking about this. Okay, let's go on. Let's go here. Talk some more about how things have been going with Republicans' attempts at attacking Kamala and Tim Walz. Let's go here. This is from a day ago, the Majority Report.
Well, typical, because you'll believe anything. Newsmax is on the important stories here. There's a lot that Tim Walz has covered up in his record. You know, I mean, man, he wasn't the coach of that national or state championship football team. He was the assistant coach. Okay,
he was merely the defensive coordinator. Which is like,
I mean,
I'm sorry that you could like. That's a coach. That's a coach. You coached a football team to a state championship. If you're even the linebackers coach, which he was prior to being defensive coordinator, I'd still say you coached a team to the state championship. Now, like whether that's a head coach, defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator, for my mind, are like basically as important as a head coach.
Yes.
No, Matt, when you win a championship, only one guy gets a ring.
Only one guy gets to call himself coach. Everybody else, if you don't say that you're an assistant coach, again, it's disqualifying for the vice presidency. You know what else is disqualifying? Dog lies. Here we go. This is how two different Newsmax hosts ended their segment about Tim Walz and his dog. They wanted to get this out there, just, you know, a little bit of fan service to have people to look out for this story. And we'll tell you what this big lie was after we hear from these guys. This is Rob Finnerty, and then next the other Rob Schmidt.
By the way, did you hear Tim Walz with the dog situation on Dog Day a day ago?
Two scouts.
two different dogs. They both have the same name. I don't think he's got a dog.
It's like he's the George Foreman of dogs.
That's good. I like that.
This is all they got. They are having a blast. Or they're trying to make it seem like they're having a blast. I mean, wow. They really don't have anything. Because all of his policies are stuff that people like. You know, like... Like maybe we can pretend this guy doesn't have a dog. Will people get on board with that conspiracy? And the producer's like, half of our viewers are subscribed to QAnon boards. Of course they can get on board with this conspiracy.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate it. Doug Collins, Jack Kingston. Lots more. By the way,
I don't know what the George
I
Foreman
don't
of
get
dogs
that.
means.
What's the George Foreman thing mean?
Let's let them craft this argument here. This is another Tim Walz segment. Another Newsmax segment. Did Tim Walz lie about his dog?
And just a few months later, somebody discovered another tweet about another dog named Scout. Except it's a totally different dog. So which one's Scout? The campaign had no answer for us.
All right, pause this.
What happened?
Oh my God. 2 different dogs. Both posts have the word Scout on it. This is juicy. We must go further.
See the dog named Scout on there. I want that screen grab up for it. Keep this up. This is the evidence that Newsmax is showing us. Tim Walz there with Scout. They word search Scout. Good job, Newsmax producers.
My entire universe is broken. You're right, Bob.
I guess that's
my
2020.
whole world is shattered.
So the same year, you see Scout, black dog. On the right, beige dog, where he says that he has gone to the dog park and Scout
And let's just give the full
himself.
quote here. The first one says, sending a special birthday shout out to our favorite pup, Scout. And there he is with the black dog. And the next one, couldn't think of a better way to spend a beautiful fall day than at the dog park. I know Scout enjoyed it.
The dog park where notably, famously, no other dogs congregate.
Well, okay, so that's the thing is like the Hollywood elites just have a Rolodex of crisis actors.
That's true. That's true. Crisis dogs, that is an industry, okay? Multi-billion dollar crisis dog industry.
Including like crisis dog actors.
Exactly. And they must have just not done their due diligence, and they forgot the color for Scout.
I mean, I would say get the breed right. Like, how hard is it to get another black lab?
And how
incredibly
do we know
hard.
That a governor from a neighboring state didn't come over.
There's only
in
3
between
black labs in the entire world.
The 2 Scout photographs and assassinated the first Scout, and then they got Scout 2.0.
Are we sure this
is
isn't
Mulligan Scout?
Are we sure this isn't a looper or a replicant situation? Are we sure it's even the same Tim Walz?
We're not sure about the multiverse element of this, and I think that Newsmax should look into it. But there is a little bit of a hiccup in their thesis. This is the video that was accompanying that photo.
Oh no!
Where you can see
Are you jealous?
Scout. Okay.
Okay, so
So there's the other dog he photographed
Wait.
himself with.
Wait. Unbelievable. Oh, Newsmax. So disappointing. They got us going. They had us believing that somehow Tim Walz was pretending that he had a dog. The real story here, clearly, the story that they missed is that Tim Walz clearly cares about one of his dogs a lot more than his other, He's clearly playing favorites with these dogs. Only Scout gets to be on Instagram posts? Come on, I don't even know this other dog's name. What's happening right now? This is the story. Why don't we know this other dog's name?
Can resources for vulnerable people like the unhoused and residential
What
communities
in the hell just
exist
happened?
peacefully together in the same place?
What in the fuck? Okay, that was super weird. I have this thing just started going without me asking it to. That's not even the next one we're on, is it? Actually, maybe it is. All right, let's go to this PBS NewsHour from a day ago. Judge puts hold on Biden program offering legal status to undocumented spouses of citizens. God, this is unfortunate. All of these, Trump-appointed judges, whether they be Supreme Court or lower court, seem to be really putting a damper on, things that the administration's been trying to do recently. Let's go here. Talk about this. Whoa, why can't I hear anything? Please hold. Oh, I know why.
For cohabitation to work, there needs to be more co-op.
Wait.
A lot of people.
What the fuck? Okay, hold on. What the hell is happening? Do I have another tab open that's just running? No, this is... Oh, this is ridiculous. That one and that one.
Si on veut que la cohabitation se passe bien, comme ça se passe dans plusieurs quartiers aussi, si ça se passe bien.
What is going on? I don't understand.
Entre autres, un accès à des soins de santé, et puis surtout des logements.
It's so good. Hold on a second. We gotta... I'm gonna try and fix this. I have no idea what's happening. I'm just gonna refresh both of these pages I got going here. Hopefully this fixes it. I don't know, dude. It's ridiculous. Spanish? I think it was Portuguese, actually. Wasn't it? Maybe it was Spanish. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Did that fix it?
Here in Santa Monica.
No, it didn't. Okay. How about now?
To say the Supreme.
What is happening here? All right, I'm just gonna open a new window, I guess. Maybe this will fix it. This isn't annoying at all to me. I'm totally fine with this. This is what I wanted to do. I was like bored. I was like, ugh, why do things normal? Like, I want to close this window and reopen it and then open this playlist again. Because okay. Wait, why? Why are you still muted?
Who are married to U.S. citizens. Our White House
There we
correspondent,
go.
Laura Barone Lopez, has been covering all of this. Laura, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So who is behind this lawsuit, and how is the Biden White House responding to all of this?
So it's important to note this is a lawsuit not based on merits, but a pause as litigation plays out. And the lawsuit was filed by 16 Republican-led states, attorneys general, led by Ken Paxton of Texas. And he called this Biden's unconstitutional scheme would have rewarded more than 1 million illegal aliens with the opportunity for citizenship after breaking our country's laws and incentivized countless more. And these Republican-led states claim that the administration's actions would cause financial harm to their states because they would have to pay for services like education, healthcare, driver's licenses for these undocumented migrants. And these states...
Oh, God, how terrible. Oh, Kenneth Paxton, you are a piece of work, sir. Now remember, not only does Kenneth Paxton think it's wrong to allow people who are married to be citizens, who are married to a U.S. citizen, somehow that's too much. It's unfair to him. even though they're already here and living normal lives. Not okay to him. I wonder why. Sure, it's not a racist thing. Now, let's not forget that also Kenneth Paxton supports bans on access to abortion, just completely outright. He thinks that people, just in general, even if you're an American citizen, he doesn't think you should have health care. I mean, he believes pretty much all of the worst possible things. That climate change is a hoax, that labor regulations are unfair to employers. I mean, he's literally just got all the worst possible policy positions, this guy. You have 30 likes now? Well done. All right, let's get back to this.
Assisted by America First Legal, which is founded by Stephen Miller, longtime Trump advisor, architect of many of his immigration policies. He was a part of this lawsuit. Now, the administration says that they are going to defend this policy known as the Keeping Families Together policy. And in a statement today, President Biden said, "Nothing I did changed the requirements people have to adjust their status under immigration law. All I did was make it possible for these longtime residents to file the paperwork here together with their families," meaning that they would not have to leave the country for years on end in order to get this legal status.
It's just ridiculous.
So what does this pause now mean?
Why should, if you're already married to somebody, you're already living here, already living a life here, why should you have to leave the country to come back? Somebody explain to me the function of that. Because I'm challenging, it's really a rhetorical challenge, because I don't believe anybody has a legitimate challenge to that. That just makes, there's no actual legitimate reason to do such a thing, right? It doesn't actually serve any purpose. It doesn't help anybody.
People who would have benefited from this program.
The people that would have benefited were undocumented spouses of married to U.S. citizens who meet clear parameters, like living in the United States for more than 10 years and had no felonies. They would have qualified for
10. You would have had to live here for 10 years, commit no felonies. You basically have to be better than a normal American citizen to be even considered for this. And yet, Ken Paxton, along with a bunch of other Republican assholes, are attempting to block this. So, you know, and it was one of the, few things on immigration that actually had good words for Biden on, considering he continued a lot of the sort of shitty border policies that were already in place from the Trump era and other shit. But this was one thing I was totally on board with. I thought, hey, this is a really great idea. Let's make that happen. Seems very sensible. Now, we're actually not done talking about Kenneth Paxton, as he has been accused of voter intimidation by a Latino advocacy group in Texas, and they are calling for an investigation. Let's go to this, ABC News from a day ago. He's been busy.
Well, early morning raids and utter confusion left even abuelitas standing on the sidewalks in their pajamas. So now a prominent Latino advocacy group is accusing the Texas Attorney General of voter intimidation and calling on the DOJ to do something about it. AG Ken Paxton's office executed a series of raids on the homes of Democratic leaders and activists, most of them Latino, in what he describes an ongoing probe into voter fraud. But here's the backstory in case you're not very familiar with Paxton. He's been an outspoken election denier and has also been accused of a wide range of misconduct. He denies all the allegations. ABC News has reached out to Paxton for comment on the raids. We have not heard back, and so far no charges have been filed against those whose homes were raided. Juan Proaño is the CEO of the League of United Latin American Citizens. They are demanding accountability here. Juan, great to see you. What was your reaction when you first started getting those calls from your members telling you what happened?
We were, utter shock, to be very candid with you. We knew that, Paxton was going after nonprofit organizations. He had gone after the Archdiocese of Rio Grande Valley, for example, the Annunciation House.
Oh my God.
Our expectation was that he was going to go after.
I remember a couple of these vaguely. But wow, this is quite a list that Ken Paxton's got here. This is from the Wikipedia page on Ken Paxton. Legal issues. July 28th, 2015, a state grand jury indicted Paxton on 3 criminal charges. 2 counts of securities fraud and 1 count of failing to register with state securities regulators. Paxton's indictment marked the first such criminal indictment of a Texas Attorney General in 32 years, since Texas Attorney General Jim Maddox was indicted for bribery. On March 26th of 2024, Paxton reached an agreement with the special prosecutor's office allowing him to avoid trial. Under the agreement, Paxton agreed to pay $300,000 in restitution and perform 200 hours of community service and take 15 hours of legal ethics training. Under the agreement, Paxton was not required to admit wrongdoing in the case. Didn't have to admit wrongdoing, huh? Really? Just, if you have to pay $250,000 in restitution, do 200 hours of community service, and take a 15 hours worth of legal ethics training, I'd say you did something wrong. It would seem. The fact that this case took 10 years to even come to this agreement is absolutely wild. And I'm sure the delays had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he was the sitting AG during this entire debacle. 2 years later, the Securities and Exchange Commission filed a civil enforcement against Paxton. And the SEC complaint specifically charged Paxton with violating various provisions of the Securities Act of 1933 and various provisions of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 by defrauding investors. And it just goes on and on. State Bar professional misconduct lawsuit, whistleblower allegations. He's really been a very busy guy. He investigated himself. Found he did nothing wrong.
Black as well. So we were very surprised when he started to go after Latino community leaders and even individual Black members.
So what do you say to AG Paxton's description of these raids as part of a voter fraud probe?
There's no merit to it at all. There's no evidence that was actually provided, even to the judge when they received these warrants. They're baseless. And we know for a fact, certainly as it relates to our members, that there is nothing at all to substantiate any voter harvesting, any voter fraud at all.
So yeah, if you didn't catch it, Ken Paxton had raids done on Democratic offices in Texas of specifically Latino congresspeople's campaigns, claiming voter fraud with zero evidence to back it up. Did not actually get a warrant approved, it doesn't sound like. And just kind of got it done because he's the Attorney General. It seems incredibly illegal.
Illegal.
Okay. Alright, let's go to this. This is the Associated Press, 2 days ago. This is one of our last, specifically political race-related videos. Trump has decided to tie Harris to something new. Let's see what it is.
The humiliation in Afghanistan set off the collapse of American credibility and respect all around the world.
Oh, that's what
Our
did it.
country will never be safe again until we have fired
Never again.
those responsible for this disaster. The voters are going to fire Kamala and Joe on November 5th, we hope. And when I take office, we'll ask for the resignations of every single official.
Every single official is sounding very much like Project 2025. I think that was one of their specific stated goals, wasn't it?
We'll get the resignations of every single senior official who touched the Afghanistan calamity to be on my desk at noon on Inauguration Day. You know, you have to fire people.
Wow.
You have to fire people when they do a bad job. We never fire anybody.
You're fired.
You gotta fire them. Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. You did a lousy job. You did a terrible, terrible disservice to our country. You get fired when that happens. We need a big victory. November.
So yeah, apparently he thinks that Kamala Harris was instrumental in the Afghanistan withdrawal. I do love that he had to make an Apprentice reference. I feel like he's just kind of just, what do you call it? Like running through the old hits and like seeing if anything sticks. He's like, can I mention, anybody remember The Apprentice? Remember that show I used to do? I used to tell people they were fired. Remember that? Did you like that? Used to like that? Maybe we can lock her up. Anybody want to lock her up with me? Get that one going again. He probably has PTSD, you know. That's why he seems tired. He's having flashbacks up there on the stage. Every time he goes on the stage, he's thinking, oh no, tonight's gonna be the night. Should have gotten rid of the Second Amendment while I had a chance. Now it's too late. Alright, let's see how Joe Biden is doing. Here's Forbes breaking news from 8 hours. Oh, this must be very serious. Forbes breaking news. Watch. Biden lounges on the beach in Delaware during second week of vacation? Okay.
Illegal.
Can't believe it. He's on the beach. This is incredibly illegal for the President of the United States to be taking a moment for himself. Sitting on a chair. I've never done that in my presidency. I was tweeting so furiously. I could never have sat down at the beach. Not good enough Wi-Fi. Can't have that. Donald Trump is going to be talking about this for the rest of the week. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee that he is in fact subscribed to Forbes breaking news because they bring all the most breaking news. He's going to see this and he is going to lose it. Joe Biden. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot, but this is worth it. I'm just going to read some of these classic comments at the bottom of this. The bottom of this video. That's not a president. Who's running the country? Angry face emoji. Traitor. Worst puppet show in history. Joey is and has been MIA since 2020. Mofo needs to go. Who in the fuck is running our country? Oh my god, this is like copy-paste Republican outrage over literally nothing. A man sitting on a beach. Oh my god. The country's not, nobody's running the country. It's all over. Anarchy. Anarchy. Who has the nuclear football? And, you know, I'm sure all those people were also having extreme fits of rage over Donald Trump golfing, so don't think that they're being hypocrites. They're not. Give them more credit than that. I'm sure that they were equally outraged about Donald Trump's golfing. In fact, I'll bet they were even more outraged because of how much he was golfing, you know, just constantly, hundreds of times during his 4 years in president. But, I digress. How are we doing on time? Of course they were complaining about Obama golfing. As they would have complained about anybody golfing. Has nothing to do with, you know, their sort of weird culty vibes. All right. Oh, this is good. Oh, good. You know, I think we're gonna skip this one. We'll do this one tomorrow. I've got so many things to talk about here today. We gotta keep it moving. Let's go to global news from a day ago. Talk some Canadian politics here really quickly. As Justin Trudeau is lagging far behind Poilievre in polls as the Liberal cabinet retreat wraps up Halifax.
The Liberals are saying all the right things.
Voters in Oakville, Ontario are favorable about our investments in healthcare and the green economy writ large.
But Toronto area voters have disagreed, with the Conservatives winning a by-election in June, stealing a seat the Liberals held for more than 30 years. A political warning shot mirroring the Conservatives' dominance in national polling numbers.
What is the change that Canadians are looking for?
A good question. One of the government House leader says she's not sure about, still listening on what their key legislative priorities will be.
It's, about us talking.
I feel like Pierre Poilievre and Ben Shapiro would get along, like, real good.
About the things that we're doing and talking about them in a way that is meaningful
They seem like
for
kindred
Canadians
spirits, you know what I'm saying?
connects with them.
The one major change the Liberals have announced, reducing temporary foreign workers and hinting permanent resident numbers will also be slashed, in part to assuage housing concerns.
Our population has increased by 3 million people in the last 3.5 years. That's more than the entire decade of the 1990s. But we've built 900,000 fewer homes than we did in the 1990s.
Economist Mike Moffat supporting the immigration limits after he and 18 other experts spoke with Cabinet over the past 3 days about the economy and Canada-US relations.
I don't think we have any reason to be concerned.
Canada's ambassador in Washington believes she can work with whichever administration takes over, even if it's Donald Trump, who's proposed a 10% tariff on all imports.
I think that candidate Trump has some thoughts on global tariffs, which could be complicated for Canada, but I also think that the application of those to Canada will be very difficult for the United States.
Other tariffs look more imminent. Beijing.
Okay. So yeah, the race that's happening in Canada, not going super great for Justin Trudeau right now. And there's plenty of criticisms for Justin. But Pierre Poilievre is even worse. He is just justifiably. It's just quantifiably fucking worse. Oh, God. Okay. Let's go here to another discussion on Canadian things, but this is actually a discussion of housing, specifically unhoused people in Canada. CBC
Now
News
threatening retaliation for Canada slap
from a day ago.
Can resources for vulnerable people like the unhoused and residential communities exist peacefully together in the same place? It's a question that has been asked since the Benoît Lamb shelter and supervised inhalation site opened in Montreal's Saint-Henri neighborhood, a block away from a school.
We have to do the thing differently.
The city's officials and the province have since asked to relocate some of the services offered to vulnerable people there after residents campaigned for changes. But can cohabitation work? And if so, what needs to be done?
The first thing I think we need to do is we need to start with the notion that there's no such thing as them and us. There's only us. When an incident occurs, and sometimes they do, to make sure that you go out there and talk to people and that you manage the situation. If you just simply leave things go, then a narrative develops, and it's not always the right narrative.
Watts also mentions that it is crucial to keep in mind that those that use these services are humans too.
What we can't do is instrumentalize fear or criminalize vulnerable people.
My experience when I was in the streets, I went through hard times.
Now that's Richard Dow. He experienced homelessness and helps people having a hard time in the streets of the city.
They come here for a little relax, and you know, I sit down and talk with them sometimes, and they're really heartbroken. They're really.
I love how we need somebody to remind us that homeless people are humans too. Just insane. But it really does. It does feel like that most days. Like somehow society broadly needs to be reminded of this.
Broken. They need somewhere to go.
He says for cohabitation to work, there needs to be more cooperation.
You need a lot of people to cooperate together and be a good team. Just be there for them, you know. Give them what they need.
You're talking about neighbors, the neighbors?
Neighbors, you know. The neighbors shouldn't be against them. They should be more with them.
If you want cohabitation to work, like it does in several neighborhoods, like it is the case for a long time in Montreal, those people have basic needs that must be met. Like better access to healthcare and housing. No kidding.
Facial says another problem is that
You'd think it'd be in the reverse, right? Healthcare after housing. Housing first, then healthcare. Because it's kind of hard to maintain your health on the street. And point that out. Even worse in Canada once the winter comes around, which is around the corner technically. Now let's talk about a different group of homeless people. People in Santa Monica, California. Here's NBC LA from a day ago. Santa Monica considers ban on sleeping in public spaces.
Illegal.
This is a problem that has plagued the city of Santa Monica for years. But now the city says it's going to get the homeless off the streets. City leaders are holding a meeting right now to discuss the issue and a proposal to try and fix it.
That's hilarious.
NBC4's Darsha Phillips.
Yeah. Making sleeping illegal. Forbidding sleeping from happening. That's going to get people off the streets. That's it. That makes sense. It's not going to make it so that people are just like, I don't know, sleeping in some of the weirdest places ever. I mean, what the fuck? And here's a question I'd like to, ask rhetorically. Like, what if you're not homeless and you happen to doze off while sitting down? Does that mean that you too can be arrested for that? Because that's what I mean. That's how the law should be applied. If this is how it's going to be, right? Maybe that'll get some people upset. Because this is insane. How many views did this guy have? 1.7 thousand views. There's a lot more people than that in LA. I don't even live in LA, for fuck's sake.
Following it all for us. Darsha, what do you know?
Yeah, Robert, this comes in response to a recent Supreme Court ruling that allows cities to make sleeping outdoors illegal. And this is a hot button issue that draws passionate arguments from both sides. On one hand, you have residents and business owners who have complained about the homeless population here in Santa Monica, expressing their fears and frustrations with the drug use and mental illness. And on the other hand, you have homeless advocates who say the Supreme Court ruling and Governor Gavin Newsom's order for cities to clear homeless encampments criminalizes being unhoused.
Gavin Newsom really hates homeless people. I don't know what it is. I don't know if his wife banged a homeless guy or something, but he seems to really have it out for the homeless. I don't know why. It really doesn't make any sense, honestly. He seems to be doing perfectly fine in his life, and I don't know why he needs to, make things worse for people that are doing worse than him. But that genuinely seems to be a thing. I mean, the guy seems to have like an actual hang up about this, and I don't know if it's because Republicans are always claiming that California has a homeless problem, and so he has some weird complex about it, and he's like, I'll show you. I'll be the most anti-homeless person in the world. I'm gonna dismantle homeless encampments with my own hands. I'm gonna take funding away from people who don't get rid of the homeless. Because that's literally what he's been saying. He's literally talking about taking away funding for homeless services from places that have more homelessness, essentially. Got no homeless people? $1 billion for you. Doing a great job. Keep it up. Here's $1 billion. You have a ton of homeless people? Well, no more funds for you because you're doing a terrible job. So fix it yourself. Pull your homeless people up by their bootstraps. And stop bothering Gavin with your problems. Now let's talk about housing in a different way. Something which we've been talking about for quite a while, and it is great to see something actually being done about it. Let's go to Democracy Now! From a day ago to discuss the DOJ lawsuit against RealPage for its illegal collusion to fix rents.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at how high rent and housing costs are shaping up to be a key issue in these November elections here in the United States. On the campaign trail, Democratic presidential nominee Vice President Kamala Harris has criticized landlords' use of price-setting software to drive rent up. This is Harris in Raleigh, North Carolina last week.
Some corporate landlords collude with each other to set artificially high rental prices, often using algorithms in price-fixing software to do it. It's anti-competitive and it drives up costs. I will fight for a law that cracks down on these practices.
This comes as the Department of Justice has filed a major lawsuit against a software company called RealPage, alleging it enabled price fixing by landlords on rent prices nationwide. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the antitrust lawsuit.
When the Sherman Act was passed, an anti-competitive scheme might have looked like robber barons shaking hands at a secret meeting. Today, it looks like landlords using mathematical algorithms to align their rents.
In a minute, we'll be joined by the ProPublica reporter whose investigation into RealPage in 2022 helped.
Okay, now one thing that I have about Kamala's housing policy, I want to say is that I think at least half of it is really good. The federal mandating of 3 million new homes to be built, and I'm assuming, at least from the rhetoric she's been using, that those homes will not be available for institutional investors and things like that to buy. I think that part of it is huge. It's needed big time. But I think one problem with the $25,000 for first-time home buyers is that it, in a way, sort of props up housing prices at the already elevated levels that they're at, right? And I feel like that's sort of, not necessarily what we need as much as we need, available housing. The fact is, it's being held vacant by these landlords who would rather, just collude with each other to keep rents higher in other places and then, leave the supply artificially low. And exactly, the $25,000 will just raise every asking price by $25,000. Exactly. I mean, maybe not every, but pretty much. And it just doesn't help. It just props up the prices. We don't need that part of it. The rest of it's great, and I'm a big fan.
Lead to the DOJ's lawsuit. The explosive report quotes from a video in which RealPage executives boast about their software that uses an algorithm to help landlords push the highest possible rents on tenants. Illegal. In this clip from the video, RealPage executives Andrew Bowen and David Paluchak speak with RealPage Vice President Jay Parsons in 2021.
We are seeing unprecedented rent growth, 14.5% growth, lease over lease on new leases. Never before have we seen these numbers. So, Andrew, I'll start with you. What is the role of revenue management in some of the price growth we're seeing right now?
Well, I think it's driving it, quite honestly, because when you think about it as a property manager, very few of us would be willing to actually raise rents double-digit within a single month by doing it manually. So that opportunity to actually review price systemically on a day-to-day basis with optimized rents is what's driving that growth.
This is the most condemning, 2 or 3 sentences of all time. All right, maybe I'm being a bit verbose, but I don't think I'm that far off. This is some of the most what do you call it? Self-indicting language ever. These guys, just both of them. First guy admitted to it, and the second guy agreed and said, "Yeah, no, you're definitely right." Right? First guy said, "Yeah, it seems like this software is, in fact, the driver of all of these double-digit growths in rents." And the other guy's like, "Oh yeah, no, definitely. I don't think any of us ever would have done anything like this without it." Oh, there we go. It's clearly made the market. It's exactly, Bob. It's a business confessional.
Follow the rich white man. Zuckerbucks. My opinion.
Yeah, I think it's challenging operators to new heights that they haven't been at before, and really looking at where they can get and beyond expectations that they never thought of before.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked to our clients here. They're saying the same thing. It's they wouldn't be at those numbers without revenue management. So definitely interesting.
Those are executives with RealPage, the company sued by the Department of Justice Friday. For more, we're joined by two guests. In Kansas City, Tara Raghuveer is with us, an organizer with KC Tenants, KC Tenants Power, and the newly launched Tenant Union Federation, the first major national effort at tenant organizing in 40 years. Also with us is ProPublica reporter Heather Vogel. Her major 2022 investigation was headlined, "Rent Going Up? One company's algorithm could be why." Your report really led to this Department of Justice lawsuit, Heather. Why don't you lay out for us what RealPage is and explain exactly what this algorithm does?
Sure. Thanks so much for having me on, Amy. So what RealPage is a Texas tech company that makes a variety of software to support landlords, but among that suite of software is one that focuses on helping landlords set rent prices and figure out what the optimal price is for rent. And what's controversial here about this software, because we have lots of software that is helpful in so many different ways these days, but what sets this apart is that the way it works is that the clients of RealPage all feed their own proprietary data into a data warehouse, which collects that information, and then that assists the algorithm. That information is part of what the algorithm draws on when it sets those rents. So if you have a lot of landlords that are using the same algorithm in a neighborhood, they're kind of all drawing on the same data source in order to get the recommendations, and both what some of the statements that those landlords have made that we have seen, and also that the DOJ has collected, suggests that they all see it as a way to have a rising tide that lifts all boats. So the idea is that if we all raise rents at the same time, or we all keep our...
Yeah, as long as you're rich enough to own a boat and buy a boat housing that people depend on. I mean, you probably also own a boat. I mean, if you're this kind of douche. But yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. What? I cannot believe this has been going on this long. And I'm glad that the DOJ is finally doing something about it. We need to give Lena Khan a fucking raise. I'm sure we can afford it. A few less bombs to Israel should cover it.
Up when we have a downturn, then we'll all make more money, versus competing against each other and having somebody offer a special deal that drives everybody else to reduce their rents a bit because they're losing business. It's this idea of, if we all kind of band together and stick with the software, we can increase rents together and all make more money. And that's the case that the DOJ is making.
Textbook collusion is what it is. Price fixing. All of these words start coming to mind when I hear things like that. Hey, so if we all just work together, you see, and stick to the same prices, even though we don't need to, we could be making a whole lot more money. Whatever the market will bear. It's a fucked up sentence. Because what is the opposite side of that? What is the other side of that? Whatever the market will bear. What happens when the market doesn't bear it? People go homeless. People are on the streets. And then those same people who are raising those rents, or raising all these prices on everybody, are the first people on the local news complaining about the homeless people outside of their buildings.
I'm being repressed!
changed. You write, one of YieldStar's main architects was a business executive who had personal experience with an antitrust prosecution. Genial, self-described numbers nerd Jeffrey Roper was Alaska Airlines Director of Revenue Management when it and other major airlines began developing price-setting software in the 1980s. Tell us more about Roper's role at RealPage.
Well, you know, he was there early on developing, and he left a number of years ago. So he's more of a founder. But, you know, he was willing to sort of describe what the driving forces were that they were trying to, you know, that were basically driving the efforts early on. And that was kind of illuminating because one of them was this idea of making pricing more uniform, predictable, and essentially taking it out of the hands of the leasing agents, who he said were often peers of the people who were trying to rent. And he said, you know, the goal was to take pricing off-site because there was too much empathy going on. And so that gives you just an idea of what sort of the view was from, you know, the landlord-owner side.
Now, one thing I want to look at, I'm sorry to pause this in the middle of that sentence, but one thing that I just wanted to point out, this has been basically going on for at least 7 years, okay? Now, the company was started in '98, but was originally just a provider of on-premises property management systems, right? I think it's basically just like accounting for real estate people, right? But in 2016 and 2017, RealPage went on a buying spree. I don't know necessarily who gave them the money for this, or if it was just they already had enough money to do such a thing. But they went out and bought 4 different companies. Apartment market data provider Axiometrics, utility and energy management company American Utility Management, revenue management and pricing provider Lease Rent Options, and OnSite, a leasing and marketing platform company. And they took all of these different people's data and systems, put them together, and created this. And so for, like, you know, approximately 7 years or so, they've been using this data, these systems, to inflate the profits of landlords all over the country. And I don't hear any plans for how we get rents back to where they were 7 years ago, but I think we should start having that conversation.
Things in terms of what they were looking for in this software. And also, you know, he said that, you know, to me that, you know, if you have I think it was like, if you have a bunch of idiots undervaluing the system, that it costs everyone, that this was a view that he had while he was helping develop this software. He did tell me that he did have antitrust concerns in his mind while he was developing the software, and did try to avoid anything that would create a sort of collusive situation.
Give us one example.
Doesn't seem like that went super good. I'm not gonna lie. And the fact is, if you're actively making a software and thinking to yourself, this really makes an opportunity for potential collusion. If this were to go down a particular road, you may be in an ethical problem and maybe should stop what you're doing.
Seattle, and talk about how RealPage actually works.
Yeah, sure. I was so surprised by this. So we found a neighborhood in Seattle, and we were able to get a list of all the property managers who were in these bigger buildings, because that is really what you know, where the software is used most frequently. So we're talking about like big buildings, more than 5 units. And what we found was that, first of all, it really reflected some other reporting I've done on how consolidated this industry has become in terms of the property managers and the owners, because 70% of all the multifamily, these big apartment buildings, were overseen by just 10 property managers. So it's thousands of units.
Wow. Talk about a fucking monopoly. And it doesn't even matter if there's 10 of them. If they're all using the same software to collude on prices, they might as well just be one company. I mean, you know, anybody else see a logical way out of that? Because that's how I read it, right? If there's only 10 companies and you're all using the same software to collude on prices, that is effectively having the same. If you're using the system softwares, all the same, sharing data. Right? Because that's also what's happening here, right? They're giving data of their renters and whatever else they have access to. It's all going into this system. Then it's getting used to jack up these rents. It just, oh boy. This is huge. And there's so much going on right now. It's hard to even focus on one thing at a time these days, because where do we, you know, what do I cut out on a day, on an evening? I always have these questions. But this just, God. And I'm sure we're going to keep talking about this. Okay. Now, let's talk about something else, because we have been talking to some degree about the real estate market broadly. From time to time, we talk about insurance, we talk about insurance rates, we talk about, you know, housing inventories and whatever else. So let's go here to ABC Action News from a day ago, where realtors in Tampa are struggling to sell condos, and inventory has risen to a level that many were not expecting. And honestly, I mean, before we even get going, one of the factors that is playing into this, undoubtedly, that they barely even talk about during this piece, what they really talk about during this to some degree is really just the homeowners fees, which have been going up. The HOAs have been increasing their fees, causing these condos to have problems. But there's other problems happening under the surface of all this as well.
Now to the price of paradise and a crisis among condo owners in Florida. A new Redfin report shows rising HOA fees coupled with sky-high insurance costs is tanking Florida's condo market. Take a look. This report shows the Tampa housing market had the highest jump in HOA fees year over year, up 17%. That's now costing condo owners an average of $614 in HOA costs. And it's leading to falling condo prices, but no one is actually buying. One realtor emailed ABC Action News anchor Nadine Yanis concerned her condos are not selling.
We just got a tour of this condo in Largo. It's been on the market for 218 days. The realtor says this one is not selling. And this condo also in Largo isn't selling either. This one has been on the market for almost 400 days. And it's on a golf course. It comes as Redfin is reporting that skyrocketing HOA fees and insurance is hitting the condo market here hard.
Well, this condo is a lovely condo.
Realtor Barbara Schmall has done everything she can think of.
I've had 10 showings, and when I've done about 30 open houses. Open houses, nobody appears to come to see the properties.
To get movement on the condo.
Now, there's some other stuff that's happening as well. Let's look at this. This is a graph right here of homeowners insurance policies. This is from the Insurance Information Institute. As you can see, homeowners insurance policies from 2018 to 2024 have surged 300%. From $2,000 a year to nearly $6,000 a year. And this is something that's happening all over the United States right now that is causing people to second guess, along with high interest rates and other things, when making these sorts of decisions as it relates to housing.
she's trying to sell.
This has been on the market for 218 days.
At $214,000.
At 214, a mile to the beach.
And 2 miles away at Village de Golf, it's even worse.
This condo has been on the market for 398 days.
That's
and
not
she
good.
pulled the data.
In Pinellas County, just condos currently on the market are 2,691 active listings.
For context there, how many is that? A lot?
Oh, I've never, normally it would be maybe 800, 900.
So 3 times as many condos on the market right now as usual. She said over 2,600 condos, but usually only 800 or 900. I mean, my God. The fact is, inventories have been ticking up. Now, the amount at which inventories are ticking up is different by region drastically. I think a lot of places like Florida, other coastal regions, and other sorts of places that are most at risk of environmental sort of problems, I think are having a slightly different time than other places. But fact is, insurance rates are going up for everyone, even if you're not in a inclement, like an inclement weather area. So the fact is the way that insurance works, it's the whole pool that gets affected when they have to cancel insurance policies and take on more damage and stuff like that. Although, don't let them give you a sob story. We've already looked into earlier this year. We've looked at just how much money the insurance industry is still making, regardless, somehow. I mean, probably because they're jacking up insurance prices 300% over 6 years. I mean, it seems like hard not to. All right, let's go to this ABC Action News again. Old hospital to become affordable housing for seniors. Hey, a solution to something. Look at that. Somebody's thinking.
Joining me now is the
No, we'll skip that one.
And the city of St. Petersburg now working to provide more affordable housing for seniors. Pinellas County reporter Casey Albritton learning new details about that project today.
It's a day of celebration for the St. Petersburg Housing Authority.
Who knew that this property would serve 71 families who would be at 80% below the area median income?
The organization's newest project, transforming an abandoned hospital into affordable housing.
At White Hospital, it's been gone a long time. It's been sitting a long time. And I'm kind of glad they are going to do something with it.
The Ed White Hospital building has been out of service for a decade, with ceilings and walls falling apart and old medical rooms left empty. It's a hospital Pinellas County Commissioner Renee Flowers remembers vividly.
When I say that this hospital saved my life, it did, because I would not be standing here.
Now, unfortunately, you may have picked up on it if you were paying close attention. But this is affordable housing for seniors, not housing for the unhoused. You will have to have an income and be a certain age limit to even get in or be considered to live in this community. But it's about time we start using buildings that are empty for housing. So I will at least support it, but hope we do much, much more in the future. One project at a time. We'll get there. You're curious about my legs? Alright, stop having thoughts about my legs, okay? Does this fix it? Will this fix it? What if I do this? What if I... God damn it. Ha, see? Now you can stop thinking about my legs. They're there. Don't you question it. Okay, let's go here to Canada. Well, that's actually not to Canada. It's about something involving Canada. It's in fact in the United States, in a little place called New York City. Global Affairs Canada defends purchase of $9 million New York City condo. It says it will save taxpayers money.
The skyscrapers along Billionaires Row are a long way from this committee room in Ottawa.
Well, hi, everybody.
But Canada's representative in New York City has agreed to appear here next month to explain why his new address comes with a $9 million price tag.
It's interesting to hear that we've had a change of heart by Justin Trudeau's $9 million man, Tom Clark.
The questions began after a story surfaced in the New York Post. Why King Charles really bought a luxe condo on NYC's Billionaires Row. The owner was listed as His Majesty the King and Right of Canada, but belonged to the Canadian government. 111 57th Street in Manhattan, overlooking Central Park. Apartment 11A,
3,600 square feet.
With amenities like an
It's a fucking mansion in the goddamn sky.
pool. Global Affairs bought the luxury condo to replace the consulate on Park Avenue.
Okay. Holy shit. There's no way. There's no way he needs that apartment. I don't care what the excuse is. They claim he has to do official business from the fucking apartment. Great. People do official business from all sorts of places, okay? It doesn't need to be on Billionaires Row. In a goddamn 4,000 square foot penthouse in the sky. Yeah, you could house people. You could house multiple people in this place. The fact is most of the apartments on Billionaires Row are empty. It is just an example of just the blatant inequality in our fucking world. Canada's government had to get in on it, apparently. Now, let's watch this. This is an idiotic story. Still talking about housing. KSL News from a day ago. This is in Utah. North Salt Lake homeowners blindsided by news of potential homeless shelter.
A homeless shelter could be moving in near a North Salt Lake neighborhood, and county leaders say there is little that can be done to actually.
I love how the, the way that this is all being framed. It's not that humans are struggling and living on the streets. The problem is the existence of them, in the vicinity of housed people, right? That's the crisis. The existence of people that they did, it's just,
About this. News specialist Mike Anderson talked with homeowners who are just learning this today. And Mike, I imagine many of them aren't happy with this.
Oh.
Yeah, not thrilled. And, right now it's mostly in the hands of the Utah Homeless Services Board and a private real estate deal, which could put the shelter right here. And county commissioners say the process as it is now puts citizens and even them at a disadvantage.
About 2 blocks from the Foxborough subdivision is the former Lifeline Teen Treatment Center, what could soon become a new homeless shelter with at least 80 beds.
Everybody agrees that there needs to be places for the homeless people, and there need to be services, and they need help. This place has no access to any of that.
Sharon.
I don't know what she means by that.
Danger is among the dozens of homeowners who confronted the Davis County Commission today after learning about the process that is likely already in motion. And yet commissioners today say they have very little control themselves.
The process is very challenging because on one hand, it's designed to not be open in public.
Davis County Commissioner Lorraine Kamalu is talking about local task forces made up of area mayors and a county commissioner. By law, they...
That meeting just looks like some sort of weird Karen convention. Utah.
Are required to come up with plans for Code Blue housing during the winter. Their task force suggested offering up a bus for people to take shelter in overnight. That was rejected by Utah's Homeless Services Board.
This is very hard to fulfill a law for Code Blue and winter response, but not have had funds. It's considered an unfunded mandate.
Meantime, a nonprofit called Switchpoint came forward with plans to buy this building, a plan that the state board currently favors.
I've got small kids, and the proposed homeless shelter is right next to the trail where we walk on all the time.
Oh my God.
Homeowners are not.
Oh no. Oh, I better shut it down. Oh my God. This woman walks near where this place is. Oh, well, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, geez, we better, kowtow to your needs. Holy shit. Fucking privileged much? I mean, just mind-boggling. Me and my child walk near this place. You expect us to use our eyes and avert them from these poors, from the poors people who are unhoused? That's unacceptable. I can't do that.
That's too much, man!
Somehow the existence of people having a hard time. For her, that's being repressed. She's being, her and her children, they just, it's just not fair. Why can't we just run our society according to what this woman needs, this one woman? And it's not really needs, it's just what she wants. Until our society can, suit this one woman's needs, and those needs being not having to look at homeless people, or just a building with homeless people in it, who I guess wouldn't be homeless anymore once they're in the building, but would still have the sort of overwhelming sense of potential homelessness abounding. It would be really, it's us. It's our fault, really, for not thinking about her enough. If anything, it's all on me. I'm the one. You don't do that to yourselves, Chad. I'll take this on myself. Well, while we're in Utah, let's look at something else that was going on in the last 24 hours. Same channel, different situation.
Of the Muslim community are speaking out on a social media post by a Utah state lawmaker. That video posted by Davis County Representative Trevor Lee has many accusing Lee of making a vague post that incited hateful comments. His specialist Lindsay.
So as you can see, hold on. Wait,
the Utah Muslim Civic League says this.
Please hold. Go back. So you can see in this video here,
accusing Lee of making
that there are Muslim people walking on a sidewalk. Seem to be children, parents.
A vague post that incited
some burqas being worn.
The specialist Lindsay Ertz now with the details.
And you can see that it's the caption that he's written here. It says, quote unquote, in the small town of Taylorsville, Utah. In the small town. of Taylorsville, Utah, the existence of Muslims.
That incited hateful comments. This specialist Lindsay Ertz now with the details.
Yeah, the Utah Muslim Civic League says this was a group of Shia Muslims, mostly women and children, who were making a sacred pilgrimage to honor the martyrdom of one of their fallen heroes. Well, this post from State Representative Trevor Lee, it's unclear the intent of it, but he declined to explain why he made it. This is the video posted by Layton Representative Trevor Lee yesterday with the caption, quote, "In the small town of Taylorsville, Utah."
The flags.
Now, I don't know what Utah's traffic laws are, but I know that in many states it's illegal to operate your cell phone while driving. So if somebody has a moment to look into that, whether or not it's illegal to use your cell phone while driving, because if that was him taking that video, I think he needs to be cited for that.
That they were carrying were marking the martyrdom of Imam Hussein in Karbala.
In the comments, Lee adding, quote, "Not a single American flag in sight."
Oh no! Oh no! Not a single American flag in sight. Unbelievable.
Comments, Lee adding, quote, "Not a single American flag in sight."
So I inferred from it that maybe what we were doing was un-American.
But Avesa Ahmed with the Utah Muslim Civic League says the walk wasn't political at all. It's a religious pilgrimage that millions of Shia Muslims make every year called Abhareen. It marks the 40th day after the martyrdom of the grandson of the Prophet Muhammad, known as Hussein, who Shia Muslims believe sacrificed his life fighting for justice.
It's a very sacred date for Muslims and our Shia community in particular.
Ahmed says he doesn't know the true intent of Lee's post.
Well, it felt Islamophobic, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and that he was ignorant of what was going on.
Still, he's...
You know, it's really unfortunate that communities such as Muslims have to give, or he doesn't have to actually, but I think he's doing it in a sort of very generous sort of way. This sort of, you know, giving him this sort of pass and saying, you know what, I would like to think that he's just ignorant. But you know what, the more I get, you know, the older I get, and the more of these sort of incidents that I see, the more sort of ignorance and or bigoted things that I run into, the more that I think that they're interlinked and not necessarily accidental. The intention was obvious. Exactly, Bob. He was clearly trying to suggest that they were taking over. They were un-American. He clearly didn't stop to ask anybody what was going on. He just saw a group of people that were different than him, that happened to have a different religious identity than he did. Looked a little different than him and his family or friends or whatever else, and he thought that was A, un-American for people to be different, and B, was problematic enough that it needed to be put onto Twitter. And it's pretty, I think it's pretty clear what it was he was trying to say. Is there a law against going flagless in public? There might be, that I'm unaware of in Utah. I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on Utah law. Alright, well, that's it for the first half of the show. I hope you've been enjoying yourselves. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. That subscribing is incredibly important. I really do urge you to do that, as things here at the Galactic News Network are getting pretty dire, financially speaking, and if things don't improve,
Do you
soon.
know what we're here for?
I'm gonna need to make some drastic changes, unfortunately. Oh my god. Adrian Vixen just raided on Twitch. Thank you for the raid, Adrian. If you're not already, go follow Adrian Vixen on Twitch. They have a great channel and a great audience and cover a bunch of leftist topics. If one of my mods is on Twitch, if you give Adrian a shout out, I really appreciate it. By the way, for those of you just joining us on Twitch, we're taking a quick Galactic intermission before we get on to the rest of the show here, so stop on over on our YouTube as well, Galactic News Network on YouTube, and say what's up to people over there too. But yeah, if you... What was I saying? Oh, right, I was telling people, quickly, before we take this break, if you'd like to help support the Galactic News Network and everything that we do here, you can go on Patreon and become a patron for just a few dollars a month. And if everybody who was subscribed on YouTube became a patron at that $3 a month level, basically most of my galactic financial problems would be solved. So just remember that while you're considering whether or not you want a cornucopia of space benefits to be bestowed upon you as a galactic patron. Alright, chat. Enjoy this space break, and I'll be right back. Ooh, thank you for the gifted tier sub, Omega Star. Much appreciated. Adrian Vixen is the one who got that sub. Just thought, do we have a Patreon link on Twitch? Can't remember if I set that up. Oh, it is. Oh no, Princess Monocle just posted a link in chat. Very thoughtful of you. I need to make a Nightbot command for that.
Ice Age? How much taxes did people pay?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, what now?
Everything are the same word. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Okay. Space intermission is over. Hope you've done everything you needed to do, because it's time for you to get back to your seat for the rest of this goddamn show. Okay, what do we have to do? Alright, I'm gonna skip a few things here. Here, I would say. Yeah, CBS News. Is plastic recycling effective? Spoiler alert.
Has a new, innovative new program that can recycle any type of plastic. Could be a model for the rest of the nation. The program is funded in large part by oil and plastic producers, including ExxonMobil.
Oh, good.
For a new CBS Reports documentary in collaboration with the nonprofit Inside Climate News, senior national and environmental correspondent Ben Tracy looks into whether these claims are too good to be true. Here's a preview.
Got to have the emergency water in the hurricane.
Starbucks cups.
Yeah, this was tomatoes.
Okay.
Americans use a staggering amount of plastic, yet less than 10% is recycled.
I know I can recycle my laundry bottles, water bottles, but what about plastic bags? What about plastic straws? What about these single-use items?
One company claims to have a solution to the plastic problem that it says can become a model for the nation.
Numbers 1 through 7 and the unmarked plastics, we can take them all. So that's basically all plastic. That's true.
But critics say the program...
Oh boy, this is all sounding very, very optimistic. Oh boy, I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
...is wishful thinking at best.
The only thing that's new here is industry trying to put a new spin on the old recycling myth and convince people that we can recycle plastics when we really can't.
CBS Reports and Inside Climate News look into whether the claims of this new plastic waste program sound too good to be true.
Is this just your industry trying to make consumers believe that plastic is recyclable so they'll keep buying more plastic?
Advanced recycling is real. It's happening.
Is it?
We're doing it.
Really?
And Ben joins us now.
Okay, hold on. We're not gonna watch this whole fucking piece. Now, let's go here to near the end of it, I think. Actually, is it at the end? I can't remember. Hold on. God. Yeah, right around here I think is probably a good enough place.
60 million pounds of plastic waste, but that has not come from Houston households. That has come from industrial sources. So in Exxon's defense, they'll say, we are doing this. This is real. But they are not doing it from household waste, and they are not yet doing it on a scale that's going to have any real sort of impact on the plastic waste crisis.
Okay.
So does that call into question, or what's the status then of the plans to expand the program beyond Houston?
Yeah, because, you know, as you mentioned at the top of this, that they hope this could become a model for the nation. And this company, Cyclix, which is creating that kind of middle step where they sort and process all this stuff, they want to open a bunch of facilities all around the country in major cities. And they think they can replicate this program that so far has not shown a lot of promise. And we should...
Yeah, and the problem is, see, here's the thing. Wait, hold on, I'll let him finish.
Also mention that as this is all happening, the Attorney General of California is actually investigating Exxon. And in a quote, in a statement to CBS News, the Attorney General of California accuses the industry of a decades-long campaign of deception, perpetuating the myth that recycling can solve the plastics crisis.
Yeah, 100%. And here's the thing: like they're making all these fucking claims right now about this advanced plastic recycling, as all of the bad publicity has been coming out around plastic recycling lately. We certainly have been talking about it quite a lot here. But fact is that they're just claiming that they're able to do all of this stuff. They're not actually recycling any of this post-consumer waste yet. They're just doing it on a industrial scale level, which already exists. That's nothing about that is new. And they're just collecting plastic and saying that they're doing it. They're just basically amassing plastic and piling it up in one place, or in a couple places in Houston, and just saying, oh, we're doing it, but they don't have the process in place because it doesn't exist. The process itself that this company is supposedly relying on is not actually finished yet. It's not actually functional. So they're pretending like it works until it works and saying that advanced recycling works. But it's the most fictional, it's a complete figment of business imaginations. Sadly, we're going to have to stick to trying to get rid of the plastic industry, replacing it with glass and other sorts of things that we've seen can help. Okay, what next? Oh, damn it. Let's talk mosquitoes. As it seems like mosquitoes are all over the news right now. We've been talking about at least that West Nile has appeared in a few places, as well as a new one called equine encephalitis or something like that, which is apparently quite deadly, 30% mortality. Let's go to this. Associated Press from a day ago. Health experts express concern about the spread of equine encephalitis. Triple E.
Eastern equine encephalitis is short term is triple E, is a virus infection carried by mosquitoes that can cause, very rarely causes disease in humans. And when it does cause a infection is very, very severe. Although it's a very rare infection, we have no treatment for it to do this. And if once someone gets it, it's just all we can do is provide supportive care, and it can kill people. Well, this is a virus which is present in the environment in southern New England. So there are cases in Massachusetts, cases in Rhode Island, cases in Connecticut. Tends to be areas where a certain kind of mosquito lives. That tends to be areas that used to be swampland that's been converted, and less swampy now, but the mosquitoes still find good habitat.
We don't see triple E.
EEE is a yearly thing, at least since 2019. Yeah. And the warming climate is not helping with that at all. Absolutely. You need 4 likes? What do we need 4 likes for right now? Another support character? Okay. It's just stuff like this that makes you appreciate spiders so much more, yeah. It's a good point. Spiders do eat a fair amount of mosquitoes. Also, what are they called? Silverfish, I believe, and centipedes? There's a bunch of mosquito predators out there that are creepy on one level and then very helpful on others. Let's go to NBC News from a day ago. Growing concern amid spread of mosquito-borne diseases.
As New York sprays for mosquitoes carrying dangerous viruses like Eastern equine encephalitis, also called Triple E, concern is spreading nationwide.
Wait, is your eye actually hurt? Has something actually happened to your eye? I thought you were doing like a bit. Although, I did notice that you weren't doing a pirate accent. I just assumed you were being funny. Did something actually happen to your eye?
Cases popping up in Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, Wisconsin, and tonight, New Hampshire. New Hampshire health officials say one adult resident died of Triple E after being hospitalized for severe nervous system disease. It's New Hampshire's first human case of the virus in a decade. The West Nile virus is a threat too. 33 states have reported 289 cases of West Nile.
This is worrisome and discouraging.
Epidemiologist and infectious disease specialist Dr. Richard Ellison says Triple E virus is especially troubling.
We have 30 to 40% of the patients who get this and become sick with it will die from it.
Is there any age group that's particularly vulnerable to these viruses?
The very young and the very old are the ones who have the worst outcome.
Officials nationwide are taking action.
30 to 40% mortality? That is disturbing. Thankfully, there hasn't been a ton of these cases yet this year, but, you know, if these... The thing is as the climate warms, these mosquitoes are able to stay alive further and further up on the sort of the longitudinal lines, if you will, like more north, and puts more and more people at risk. Now, it's a certain kind of mosquito, so it's more likely to be affecting areas that either are in or used to be in swamps, or are, you know, sort of areas with a fair amount of naturally occurring water on land or near it. You literally scratched it? Oh my god, you should just lean into it then. Just lean into it, say you're a pirate, and do a pirate accent. I think, you know, if anything, it'll be fun. It'll at least be fun for you to do the accent. At least I think. In my head, it sounds fun to just do a whole show in a pirate accent with a perfect excuse for it. Okay, not like they were getting into municipalities where this is a concern. They're trying to do what they can and direct people to get standing water taken care of, stuff like that, but it's a difficult battle. Every time you see standing water at work, it makes you a little nervous. Well, makes sense. Yar, have you ever looked into the eyes of a venture capitalist? Black like a doll's eye. No life inside 'em. It's like a storm of money. Dark and terrible. Alright, let's go to Alaska. Talk about that landslide which happened a couple days ago in Ketchikan. Here's the Associated Press. Witnesses reacting to the fatal landslide.
Fuck, this just happened. Tree just went down. About to go down for a nap, and then like around 4:30, 4:35, there was a big flash that came on. Seen through the window, I thought it was lightning. Then all of a sudden, our house started shaking. That was from the landslide and the house coming down into our yard. So that's when it shook, and we realized at that time realized there was something bigger that was happening. So we got dressed and we ran downstairs, got our pets out. At that time, the debris had already started settling. Noticed that our next door neighbor's house was leaning against the other home. Some of the remains of the house that got demolished was in our yard, part of it. And kudos and thank you, City of Ketchikan, KPD, fire departments, first responders for
Okay. Now, I think at least 2 people died in this landslide. And apparently there were multiple houses on this hill that came flying down the mountain in this landslide. It's hard to tell when we first looked at it, because the whole hill was just kind of gone, or at least this is one section of it. Let's go on to this. This is ABC News. Showing the cleanup.
The mayor of Ketchikan Gateway Borough, Rodney Dial, there in Alaska, joins me now for
Turning
more.
now to
Mayor
the
Dial,
weather,
thank you for coming on. I know it's a busy time for you.
Across the country,
can you talk to me a little bit about
of that dangerous heat wave?
What is happening?
your concern right now, particularly about these potential more landslides?
Yes, thank you for having me on today. For Ketchikan, we are designed to get rain. We get more than 15 feet of rain a year. We're one of the wettest spots on Earth. So for us to have a landslide like this is just unheard of. And we have a...
Whoops, wrong one.
Phrasing?
I'm sorry. But I am very tempted to get that sound shot. The wettest place on Earth? Really?
Designed to get rain. We get more than 15 feet of rain a year. We're one of the wettest spots on Earth. So for us to have a landslide like this is just unheard of. And we have a large...
Ben Shapiro would be very uncomfortable in Ketchikan.
Swath of land that came off a mountaintop, just like a rolling avalanche, took out many houses, displaced dozens of families. But now, because that ground has actually been weakened on the mountainside, we're really concerned that when we get more rain, possibly starting tomorrow, that the ground on both sides of that landslide zone is actually going to come down and impact other residents. So we're very concerned.
Yeah, that is concerning. Good God. So yeah, this could very well not be over. If they get rain, like he was saying, could cause more landslides to happen in the same area. Okay, let's go to this. All right, let's go to NBC News. One day ago, California adds Coast Guard plane to wildfire fleet. Here
California is using a game-changing new tool in its fight against wildfires. The state's fire protection agency, CAL FIRE, now the first in the nation to deploy its own C-130 Hercules air tankers to support firefighters on the ground and protect communities under threat.
What's so great about them is just the amount of retardant they can carry, the range, the speed of these airplanes is so much more than the tankers we have now. It's just going to bolster our firefighting efforts that much more.
The C-130 model has the ability to hold 4,000 gallons of fire retardant, more than 3 times the capacity of any other aircraft in CAL FIRE's fleet, and has the greatest range. The planes were originally used by the U.S. Coast Guard, but in December 2023, Congress passed legislation transferring 7 of them from the federal government to California. The first of those, stationed just outside of Sacramento after months of modifications, now ready for action.
Cool. Yeah, and California certainly needs those planes, as fire season has been quite explosive, really, this year. California does fire season the very best in the United States. People tell me California has the very best fires.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Now let's go to the Grand Canyon as we go through the United States here. Here's the Associated Press from a day ago. This is footage of hikers being evacuated during a flash flood in the Grand Canyon. Yeesh.
We saw the water cascading from way up high. And then within 10 seconds after that, a tribal member came running through the campsites, screaming, flash flood, emergency evacuate, run to high ground. Especially at the Havasu Falls section that was crystal blue when we first walked over, to see the amount of water that was racing over that. At that point, I realized that this is definitely a life-threatening situation.
High ground, back to the village.
The flooding event that just happened near the Grand Canyon, in the Grand Canyon, is not an unusual situation. We can get a lot of rain in a very short period of time in the summer. It's part of our monsoon season. And that rain comes down and doesn't have anywhere to go. And so it can channel off and cause a lot of harm for folks that are in the way.
It was dangling by a rope. It was a cargo net with a wood pallet inside of it. You don't get in it, you stand on top of it and you hug the cargo net as it flew through the Grand Canyon.
You got the got the real experience there. Shit's wild though. I mean, just imagine being there, having all that rain just kind of like coming down on top of you. What does the name Charles mean? According to Nightbot, the name Charles is of Germanic origin and means free man or manly. It has royal connotations due to several kings and rulers bearing the name throughout history. Alright, let's go here while we are in the Midwest. Let's talk about the dangerous heat wave that has been lingering in the Midwest over the last week. So the CBS Evening News from a day ago.
Turning now to the weather, with more than 55 million people under heat advisories across the country, and with day 4 of that dangerous heat wave in the Midwest. In Chicago, the feels-like temperature was nearing 110 degrees, forcing the closure and early dismissal of schools in the area. Question: how long will this blistering heat last? Let's bring in CBS's Lonnie Quinn. Good evening, Lonnie.
And good evening to you as well, Nora. You're right. Heat in the Midwest is the big story right now, but when you take that heat and you combine it with humidity, man, you've got the possibility for severe thunderstorms, and they're out there right now. They're on top of the Detroit area, some 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this line. But that line, if you look at the computer models, is going to be sort of wrapping around and coming into Chicago during the late night hours tonight. And then as you get into the overnight hours, we're going to watch it make its way towards Cleveland. And then the whole thing is going to redevelop tomorrow evening, somewhere between DC and Philadelphia. You're going to get rocked by those strong storms. The one thing I'll say about this: when you get one of these big heavy downpours, it's pulling that rain from way up in the atmosphere and bringing down cooler air with it. So Chicago today.
This guy takes his job way too seriously. Okay. Like, this guy gets up and looks into the mirror and says, today, you're going to make people care about the weather. You're going to do it with your winning personality. Come on.
Come on!
All right, let's go here. News Center, Maine, from a day ago. Dam malfunction on Presumpscot River unearths Maine history.
New tonight, this summer a mishap at a dam on the Presumpscot River in southern Maine meant a lost season at a popular swimming hole, but it revealed a long-buried history. News Center Maine's Donovan Lynch has more from Wyndham.
You look over here, you can see there's a forest because you could see there's a whole bunch of tree stumps there.
If Rob Sanford were standing here a few months ago, he'd barely be standing at all.
We'd be right close to holding our breath about now.
But thanks to a malfunction at a dam on the Presumpscot River, this archaeologist has a new landscape to explore, at least for a little while.
And that's all hand-built by people with wheelbarrows.
When the water receded at Dundee Pond in Wyndham, an old story came into view. Stone walls built in the 1700s, trees chopped down to graze sheep in green meadows, all in the sunshine once again. Hikers walk on the site of a canal that ran from Sebago Lake to Casco Bay, bringing goods to the markets of Portland and Boston before the railroads made it obsolete.
This river was a lot of things to a lot of people for a long time.
Those words as true today as ever. While Rob roams around for artifacts of Maine's industrial past, others find beauty in the return of the river's wild character.
How it moves through space, you know, the way it curves and flows, the relation between stone and water.
Michael Shaughnessy is an artist and professor who heads the group Friends of the Presumpscot River. To him, the return of the waterway to its earlier days is a convincing argument for letting rivers like this one simply be.
This is
Yeah, and there's been something of a push for renaturalization of some habitats, especially as it relates to allowing our water resources to resume their natural flow states. Look, bovine. We got your like. Thank you very much for your like. Good to see you, Styx Dragon. I was worried you had been affected by this landslide we were just talking about in, what's it called, Kirketchit or whatever it's called, Ketchikan. Okay, let's go further east. Oh, I guess not really further east. South. Let's go south. We're already as far east as we can. be in the United States. Let's go to New York, where apparently vandals have torn up that makeshift pond filled with goldfish in Bed-Stuy.
Illegal.
It's very sad. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, I think.
Well, a sad ending tonight to a community effort to save some goldfish living in a small makeshift pond in Brooklyn. It started with a leaky fire hydrant and then a GoFundMe drive to save the fish that swam in the pond. This is in Bed-Stuy. Well, unfortunately, last night, vandals struck and destroyed that makeshift pond. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson.
Signs of life at what's now known as the Bed-Stuy Aquarium. Folks living here are slowly putting all the pieces back together at the makeshift pond after vandals tore it apart Monday evening.
So sad. Why can't we have nice things? It's because of things like this. People like this who are just
Back together at the makeshift
unwilling to...
aquarium. Folks living here are slowly putting...
It's a great sign. Bed-Stuy Aquarium on the tree. Who would deface this community treasure?
All the pieces back together at the makeshift pond after vandals tore it apart Monday evening.
I love the motivation behind it to bring peace and tranquility to everyone who stops by.
Called a, quote, organic effort, this is what things looked like in early August. The co-creator was too upset to speak with us. He's devastated. His project is in shambles.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm devastated. I had no hand in this project. Oh, God. Well, I hope they do bring it back to its former glory. Apparently they have a GoFundMe already set up to help restore it. So, you know. Now, I mean, if you're thinking of anything to donate to, I mean, I would recommend the GNN Patreon first. Just gonna throw that out there. Just a few dollars a month. And if every subscriber we had on YouTube were to donate that paltry $3 sum a month to the Galactic News Network, we could keep this going in perpetuity. So long as rents don't go too out of control. Let's see here. All right. Let's go to Nova Scotia in Canada, where a century-old wooden ship buried at a Nova Scotia beach has been uncovered by heavy rains. An old wooden ship. I believe,
You could be forgiven for thinking this was simply a picturesque Nova Scotia beach, because to get the full story on what lies here, you'd have to know 88-year-old Wilfred Ogilvie.
Most people thought that was the wharf, but they didn't know there was 3 old ships buried in the sand.
But rushing water from flash flooding this summer exposed the hull of one of those ships, the Hamburg. Somerville is next to the Avon River, which flows from the Minas Basin part of the Bay of Fundy, which means the tide comes and goes at this beach at the end of Block Wharf Road.
This whole bay will fill up to 44 feet of water.
Which is how evidence of the region's rich shipbuilding heritage was buried over time.
That is part of one of the pins that held the planks on these ships. Those were all probably handmade.
More than a century ago, the wooden vessels hauled local gypsum and lumber overseas. But once the steam engine came along, the ships were permanently parked.
I just figured while we were doing environmental stuff, we'd do a little history there. Fun. And while we're talking about old wooden ships,
What in the hell's diversity?
Well, I could be wrong, but I believe diversity is an old wooden ship that was used during the Civil War era.
Ron, I would be surprised if the affiliates were concerned about the lack of an old wooden ship, but nice try.
You never know. Hard to say, really.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okay. Alright, while we're talking about stuff happening in the Atlantic, let's talk about hurricane season. Here is AccuWeather from 5 days ago. Supercharged September. Atlantic hurricane season to intensify dramatically.
A sharp.
AccuWeather Chief Meteorologist Jonathan Porter. Long range and our hurricane experts have been looking at conditions, not only currently, but what we're projecting ahead as we get toward the hurricane season, John. And we want to make a very special forecast that you can only find here on the AccuWeather Network, AccuWeather.com, and the AccuWeather app.
That's right. Good morning, Bernie. We have concerns about a supercharged September. AccuWeather hurricane and long-range experts forecasting 6 to 10 named storms. Later August 27th through September, the Atlantic is going to awaken and become very active.
You know, John, it was back on March 26th we were the only source to actually give a forecast for the areas that we were most concerned about landfalling storms. This was issued on the AccuWeather Network, AccuWeather.com, and of course the free AccuWeather app way back on March 26th.
We did, and we highlighted several areas: the Carolina coastline, South Florida, Florida Panhandle, and parts of the Texas coast being at an increased risk for landfalls. And what have we had already this year? Several landfalls in those areas.
Yeah, Beryl in the upper Texas coast. Debbie had...
I mean, they've got most of the coast covered. Let's be real. They only skipped a tiny fraction of it. But, yeah. I mean, this does line up with what the NOAA's predictions were for this season. It would make sense, as September is often one of the most active hurricane months. So, if they are correct, we are going to see quite a lot of hurricane activity coming up shortly, as it's already past October 20. I mean, not October. It's already past August 27th. Okay, now let's go to here. That was from 5 days ago. Let's go to a day ago. This is WESH2 News. National Hurricane Center tracking area of interest in Atlantic with slight chance of development.
We're getting close to the peak of hurricane season, so we got to talk about it. Let's bring in first warning meteorologist Eric Burris. Eric, as always, you're watching the tropics. Pretty quiet right now.
Yeah, there's kind of just disturbed weather, we'll call it. Areas of clouds, showers, and storms, but nothing's organized for now. Some of the models are trying to hint that out of this blob there may be some consolidation and eventually see something form, and the models are essentially highlighting this zone here. So over the next 2 days' time, not expecting anything, but low pressure may form and kind of work gradually off toward the west-northwest. So over the next 7 days' time, highlighting about a 20% likelihood of that happening. Remember, we are building to the peak of hurricane season, which statistically is September 10th. We're definitely working up that mountain, so to speak, but it's been fairly quiet here these last few weeks. Next name on the list is Francine. Certainly hope we do not get Francine.
I love how they do the list ahead of time. We got Francine, Gordon, Helene, Isaac, Joyce, Kirk, Leslie, Milton, Nadine, Oscar, Patty, Raphael, Sarah, Tony, Valerie, and William. What a absolute just like a cornucopia of fantastic names. I wonder who's in charge of naming the storms. Like, is that a job? Is somebody getting paid to make these names up, or is it like a computer that's picking names randomly? These are questions that I have. All right, let's go south, further south, down to Mexico, where bees, fish, farmers, and more are being imperiled by the drought currently plaguing Mexico. We've been talking about this for months and months, it feels like.
Here in the northern Mexican state of Chihuahua, people are anxiously awaiting any sign of rain to refill dried out dams, wells, and lagoons. The state has faced unusually low rainfall levels in recent years, and so far they've waited in vain. Near the town of Buenaventura, Las Lajas Dam is near empty, and the little water left is infested with dead fish.
Oh, God.
Julio Pacheco Flores is the mayor.
Jesus Christ. That is fucking horrifying. Sorry to subject you to this fucking image, but what in the fuck? Are we sure that we didn't step into a different timeline? Because I'm not liking this one at all. I'm very apocalyptic-y lately.
With dead fish. Rogelio Pacheco Flores is the mayor. He says the dam has never looked like this before, and that the dire situation feels like a punishment from nature. Farmers have been unable to irrigate their crops. Some have decided to leave land unplanted or use the remaining water to keep long-standing groves of walnut trees from dying. Local beekeepers have also been hit, as the lack of rain has drastically reduced wildflower blooms. Bees are dying in huge numbers as they look for pollen elsewhere, making them vulnerable to herbicides and pests.
So sad.
Daniel Alberto Rubi, a fisherman who gives boat tours of the dam to visitors, can only hope that conditions will improve in the months to come.
Jeez, even the damn tours aren't working out. Sorry, that will be the last boat-related pun or infrastructure-related pun of the evening, I promise. Oh, God. Okay. Let's look at something. It's not necessarily upsetting at all. Here's a clip of the majesty and power of the earth. Holy shit. Okay, that was insane. And apparently that was coming from a volcano. Due to the intense atmosphere, like the pressures happening in that part of the atmosphere while it was erupting. Gabby was doing the music. Wow, it was great music. Really great job. Okay. Let's go to Bolivia in South America, where they are dealing with wildfires. People in eastern Bolivia say they are worried about wildfires getting closer to this cathedral. This is in Concepcion, Bolivia. The UNESCO World Heritage Site is home to Baroque music manuscripts and Chicano art. In this area, in this area, we always risk fire reaching the beautiful churches that are a cultural heritage of the year 1700 and still preserve their style. Many of them were built of wood. That is why it is very prone to suffer a fire. Many of them were, sorry, no, that's, sorry, just rereading things. Alright. Alright, let's go and talk, some other stuff. Let's talk about the oceans a bit more. This is Euro News from a day ago. Marine heat waves spreading like wildfires, warn experts.
So hot right now.
In Cyprus, record-shattering temperatures are scorching both the land and the surrounding sea. The research team from the Cyprus Marine and Maritime Institute have invited us to witness the devastating impact of these heat waves on fragile underwater ecosystems.
Warm seas feel great on a holiday, but for marine life, they can be devastating. As ocean temperatures spike for longer and longer periods, how severe is the threat to underwater ecosystems? And can we do anything to prevent the worst? Let's dive in to find out.
The water here is bathtub warm.
The visibility is not that good today. Normally it's crystal clear.
What's obvious here is that the area is in trouble. Last year this was a lush green grass meadow, a haven for sea turtles and stingrays. Now it's a lifeless expanse littered with the remains of once thriving sponges.
Jesus. All that stuff on the ground.
Of rising temperatures, both.
All that stuff on the ground there. It's like dead coral and other sorts of, you know, marine sort of like plants and things that are just all just laying there dead now.
Remains of once thriving sponges.
By the way,
a hotspot of rising temperatures, both outside the water but also inside the water.
By the way, I saw that you all made it to 40 likes, so great job. The stream software is lagging since we're 3.5 hours in, of course. And you have a Captain Planet on deck. So when that catches up, you'll get that or save it for next stream.
And these increasing temperatures, which are becoming more intense, more prolonged, and more high, they are obviously affecting organisms. And the worst that can happen to them is death. They die.
As native life struggles with rising heat, alien species from the nearby Red Sea are migrating in, further disrupting the ecosystem.
Yeah, that's not good.
Increasing temperatures, we have a lot more new species.
Yeah, see, this is one of those problems that we don't even, I think a lot of us don't even think about. But we see it all over the place, right? With urchins and like like we were talking about urchins recently and how they were disrupting the biome in certain places on the West Coast, and they're destroying the kelp forests there because the expected, or at least the biome that had been there for so long has now been threatened to the point that things that we're protecting, like otters and whatever else, are no longer there, and so it creates a vulnerability in the environment, in the, you know, and it you know, these sorts of things as they accumulate, right, cumulatively, they become more and more of a problem when you start adding them together. And it's these sorts of things that I think are some of the hardest things to actually wrap your mind around, is the sort of cumulative effects of loss of coral and loss of kelp and loss of otters and loss of this, right? And they start, you know, compounding on one another and creating a snowballing effect. And you know, it's hard, I think, to project exactly what the collapse of multiple things at once is or will be if they come to pass. And we're starting to see some of these things happen, and it's fucking concerning.
That manage to pass through the Suez Channel in some way, and they find favorable conditions to thrive. And in many cases, these new species, they outcompete native species, they displace them, and they cause a multitude of problems.
For over a decade, Cyprus researchers have closely tracked rising marine temperatures with special underwater sensors.
We are now approaching the spot where we have our data logger deployed.
Recordings show that Cyprus's waters are warming year-round, especially in the shallows where life depends on delicate coral reefs. The team photographs the coral to document changes over time.
Here you can see these are polyps that have deteriorated. They look completely dead.
Yeah, a lot of this sort of fuzziness that you see on coral reefs when we're looking at these pictures is not supposed to be there. Right? They should be more vibrant looking, and all of this fuzziness is really the existence of it is just evidence of the breakdown, and the fact that other organisms are able to outcompete the coral, that these algae are growing on top of it that aren't supposed to be there. I mean, certain algae are supposed to be there, but not all of them, and it's just a sign of the coral itself breaking down. It's got a fuzzy problem. Yep. Yes, it does.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Being repressed by the fuzz. Hold on, let's just look at some of the scientific analysis here from these people who are doing this research.
Small organisms and their biodiversity is really dependent on the temperature, nutrients, and other conditions. Many species could even go extinct because the water is too hot, or the sediment is too hot, or the nutrients have changed because of climate change and heat waves.
The crisis in Cyprus's waters is just one example of a global phenomenon closely monitored by oceanographers at Mercator Ocean International in Toulouse, France. Dr. Karina von Schickman, a lead author of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Reports, explains that these intensifying heat waves are one of the consequences of our planet's heat imbalance.
Our ocean is going to turn green, they say. Yeah, and if it does, we are fucked. If the whole ocean turns green and it completely shuts down, first off, like 1/3 of human food comes from the sea. And then when you start talking about the other parts of the ecosystem that depend on the ocean itself for food as well, then that number gets even bigger.
Marine heat waves can occur because there are heat waves taking place in the atmosphere. So we have this interaction between the atmosphere and the ocean, and then the ocean is heating up, the wind slowing down, etc., favoring these conditions. We have seen in the last IPCC that it decreases in general for the extremes, that we have higher intensities, and also the frequency of these extremes is increasing.
Marine heat waves, prolonged periods of unusually high seawater temperatures are spreading like wildfires across oceans worldwide. They threaten ecosystems, fisheries, aquaculture, and tourism, and can last for weeks, months, or even years. In the Mediterranean, sea surface temperatures have been rising continuously since the 1980s, a trend expected to continue throughout the 21st century. To better understand and forecast marine heat waves, Mercury Ocean has developed advanced computer models.
It's an incredibly disturbing visualization. But yeah, this big red line is 2024. Or 2023, excuse me. Not 2024. 2024 is even worse. Oh, God.
To better understand and forecast marine heat waves, Mercury Ocean has developed advanced computer models implementing the Copernicus Marine Service, part of the...
We need a better expression for spreading like wildfire. How about spreading like the plague? How about spreading like COVID? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Spreading like phytoplankton? I'm not sure that has the same sort of resounding sort of hit. Not sure everybody... I'm not sure people even know what phytoplankton is. Okay, let's go here. BBC News from a day ago. Let's keep talking about those oceans. But instead, not necessarily the heat itself, but the height. Here's BBC News. Surging seas are coming for us all. That's a cheery title.
The people of the Pacific Islands are facing a threat to their homes and environmental injustice. That is the warning from Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary-General. He's in Tonga for the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders meeting. The World Meteorological Organization says the islands are facing a triple threat of warming waters, a rise in sea levels, and growing acidity because of carbon dioxide. Lydia Lewis is a senior Pacific journalist at Radio New Zealand, and she's been explaining the issues being discussed in Tonga.
For the Pacific, this is the single most greatest crisis. People are literally moving away from their homes. I spoke with a chief of a really remote, the most remote island in the Federated States of Micronesia before I came to the summit, who said that homes have been washed away in the last year. Just imagine roofs of built houses in the ocean, and they're still waiting for support 1 year on. Seawalls need to be built, and entire communities are relocating. I've spoken with Tuvalu's new Prime Minister since I've been here, and he told me that they're in the process of ratifying a treaty with Australia following their bold proposition that they will continue to be a country even when Tuvalu is underwater. So these are heads of state, Pacific leaders, prime ministers, looking to the future that their land will be underwater. So a very real issue for the people on the ground. Here in Tonga, Antonio Guterres visited communities that have been impacted here. There was the Hungatonga Hungaha Pai volcanic eruption.
Now, if your country is completely underwater, is it still a country, or is it just the ocean? Asking for a friend. Okay. Now, let's Let's go to this. Here's a pick-me-up story. Britain's rarest ghost orchid rediscovered for first time in 15 years. BBC News from 7 hours ago.
Now, big news for orchid lovers because Britain's rarest orchid, the ivory white ghost orchid, has been discovered in an English wood for the first time in 15 years. The unusually white plant is found in deep woodland, and there have been frequent rumours of its extinction since it was first spotted in Herefordshire 170 years ago. Let's speak now to Dr. Richard Bate, who's a dental surgeon, but also a wildflower enthusiast, and he's found what is described as the holy grail of orchids. Great to have you with us, Richard. And I
dentist slash lover of wildflowers.
Years trying to find this orchid. It's been a quest for you, hasn't it? Why?
It's actually 31 years. I've been looking at this plant since my 10th birthday after I read about it as a young child. One of my first loves was that of plants. And the mystique of the ghost orchid, it being such a rare plant and one that's so difficult to find, was something that's always appealed to me. And I can tell you now, after over 30 years of looking for it, it is quite a difficult thing to track down. But relief aside, and obviously happy with it. It's wonderful to see that this plant, despite rumours that it's no longer with us and that it might have become extinct, it's really wonderful to see that it's still with us.
And you'd gone out looking for some other...
Okay. Unusually white, like Steven Crowder. Well played. Yes, I just figured it would be a tiny bit of uplifting for us. Perhaps remind us all that even with great adversity, sometimes you can still make it through. And everybody thinks you're extinct. Come back with a vengeance. I don't know. Just spitballing. Let's go to China. Actually, not China. I take it back. Sudan. Got ahead of myself. Let's go to Sudan. Go to Africa. Where apparently a dam has burst after heavy rains. Oh boy. And apparently scores of people have been killed. Let's go here. South China Morning Post. Whoopsies. I forgot. All these South China Morning Posts. You mean to read? Okay. This is widespread devastation in eastern Sudan. No kidding. That is super widespread. I mean, what the fuck? Is this whole place in a goddamn Delta River basin? Look at it. This is ridiculous. It's an entire city underwater. Torrential rain sparked floods that overwhelmed the Arbat Dam. Yesterday at around 3 p.m., the dam broke and the water swept away around 40 people. We recovered some bodies, and there were people that survived. Thank God most people survived. I called some people from the area where I'm from, the Tabub area, and they told me that all the houses and everything was swept away. We received a message saying there were people who were stuck in 7 cars, and that they tried to get them out but couldn't. There were 7 lorries carrying families, elderly people, and children. We then received another call and were told that the dam had collapsed. Oh, Jesus. It's a harrowing Hearing a recounting of the situation, people being swept away. Not what Sudan needs right now. They're dealing with too much all at once. Ethnic cleansing, war, starvation. They finally started allowing aid back in, and then this happens. Probably not good for the crops either. Definitely not good for crops. I'm just being an idiot. Let's go here to Bangladesh, where they've also been hit by massive floods, killing dozens and displacing millions. This is from 3 days ago out of Reuters.
Villagers in Bangladesh waded through deep water on Sunday to get to safer ground, as severe flooding triggered by relentless monsoon rains continue to inundate parts of the country. Officials say dozens of people have died and more than 5.2 million have been affected. Farmer Abdul Halim is one of them. He and his family fled their mud house days ago when a 10-foot-high wave plowed through their village.
Oh my God.
On Sunday, Halim returned alone to see what he could
Can you
salvage.
imagine that?
The water receded.
Can you imagine that? Wherever you live, town, city, 10-foot-high wave just going through the street that you live on. Look outside and 10 feet of water just going across the street.
For a while, but it is increasing again. It is now becoming a major headache. Where will we get food? Where will we stay? It is a big problem.
He says he ate some rice 2 days ago and has barely eaten since. Many of the displaced have no food, clean water, medicine, or dry clothes. Halim says there's been little relief, especially for those in more remote villages. Authorities say as of Sunday, more than 400,000 people from 11 flood-hit districts have taken refuge in around 3,500 shelters. They say medical teams and the military are assisting in rescue operations, but
yeesh. Well, I hope that they manage to save as many people as possible. I mean, that's the least I can say. I mean, good God. And as of recently, at least the last time I checked, they are still trying to rescue as many people as possible. Floodwaters are slowly receding in this area. Now, let's go to South Korea, where an apparent banana boom is heating up.
That's hot.
Due to climate change.
This South Korean farmer typically harvests apples, pears, and oranges. This season, he's able to grow something new, bananas.
맨 처음에는 과연 이것이 열릴까?
At first I was curious whether I would be able to really grow bananas, but it was really nice to see the fruits on the tree after growing them for 10 years.
The bountiful yield comes with mixed feelings.
At the same time, I feel that the climate crisis has become very serious.
South Korea's banana boom has shocked residents.
We've seen tomatoes grow since joining this community, however we have never seen a banana tree before. It is really surprising to see bananas growing from a tree in Seoul.
Bananas tend to grow in subtropical regions where the weather is hot and humid. South Korea lies in a temperate zone with an environment that is usually not suitable for growing bananas, but rising temperatures have made climate conditions in South Korea become similar to subtropical regions, making it perfect for harvesting tropical fruits. As climate change worsens, experts say we should be ready to...
Is it just me, or are they playing like some super like dramatic anime music for this thing. It feels almost inappropriate for the tone of this.
The effects head on.
Since climate change is coming, we should develop crop varieties that fit well with these environments. With new temperatures, it's very important to predict when new crops should be made and where they can be grown. And it can be an important way to overcome the climate crisis.
The cultivated area of subtropical fruits and crops in South Korea increased tenfold from 2021 to 2023.
I think that guy's being perhaps a little too optimistic, although I do understand the sentiment of that. We do have to attempt to adapt to these things, but I certainly wouldn't be excited about all this. It's not a good sign of anything, really. The fact that suddenly South Korea can grow subtropical fruit species seems like a bad development more than anything. Alright, let's go a little bit further east to Japan, where apparently a new device is helping workers beat heat stroke. Here's Reuters from a day ago.
At a construction site in ISA, Japan, these workers are notified to take a break through their sweat. Each worker is wearing a smartwatch-shaped device. It measures the potentially surprising amount of perspiration they lose on the job. When high or abnormal levels of dehydration are detected, automated alerts are sent, telling them to rest and have a drink. Japan is grappling with record-breaking temperatures, putting the health of people working outdoors at risk.
You really worry a lot about when you're going to get heat stroke while you're working outdoors.
With earlier detection, the hope is employees will stay safe on the job.
Look, he's got a little fan on his jacket.
With earlier detection,
I love that. Look at it, got a little fan here, a little extra cooling. Oh my God, Princess Mononoke. That is the best emote combination for this. That's perfect. Got the fire hands and the fire head.
The hope is employees will stay safe on the job. Hideo Momose is with the Nagano-based technology firm Skinos, behind the SKWL 1000. He's tracked the data from the construction site since releasing the wearable tech earlier this summer.
There are a lot of people losing 4 or 5 liters through sweating, but
that's a lot.
Surprisingly many are only drinking around 1 liter of water, so their risk of dehydration is very high.
It checks out.
We believe that the risk of heat stroke can be lowered by using this device to make sure people stay hydrated while working.
The device combines a hygrometer to measure humidity with a heart rate monitor, an accelerometer, and a skin temperature sensor.
Very fancy technology. Yes, she did do those emotes on Twitch. Utilizing the Galactic emotes with some other channels' emotes combined. Together they were better than they were alone. Alright, one last story in our environmental section here. Let's go to... What the fuck time is it? Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck is happening? Oh my God, it's 3:30 in the morning. Alright, let's stay in Japan. As this happened 13 hours ago, apparently a landslide has buried houses while the country is preparing for a powerful typhoon heading into the region. A landslide has buried a house in central Japan, triggered by heavy rainfall by Typhoon Shanshan. Firefighters carried survivors from the collapsed house. At least 2 people are still thought to be missing. Japan has been preparing for the typhoon to land in the southwest. It has threatened to bring further heavy rain and strong winds. Land is scary when it slides, yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. Still trying to get to 500 followers on Twitch, as well as 500 subs on YouTube. If you've done all of those things already, well, I really appreciate you. But here at the Galactic News Network, we are in something of a crunch time. Really need to get those subs on YouTube to 500. And we also need to get our Patreon subs up in the meantime, as well, as it is my main source of income at this time. So if you have a few extra dollars a month that you can help contribute to this here stream, it would be really appreciated. Links in chat, as well as in my YouTube bio. Don't forget that not only does that money help make this show happen, but you also get a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits. Stuff like being able to add pics and GIFs to the scenes that you're looking at right now. Shoutouts, exclusive content, secret Discord channels, and much, much more. Alright, chat. Final galactic intermission. Grab a snack and I'll be right back.
Let's go, jump back in the wagon.
Oh, hey. Thanks for the resub, Don James, 1676. Much appreciated. You've been subscribed for 3 months. Let's go. Jump back in the wagon. Did that play? Did everybody hear that? Sorry. Did that message? Could everybody hear the message from Don James's resubscribe? You heard it. Fantastic. That's phenomenal. Wait. Soul Life and GeoDragon didn't hear it, but Don James and Mono did hear it. Very confusing. I might have to turn the volume up just a teeny bit on my robot butler, Philomena. Yeah, but you should be able to hear it on YouTube and Twitch, so it's probably just a little too quiet. Alright, chat. We're gonna do a little bit of the global news here. Not sure we'll have time for all of it, but we'll try and get a little bit of it done. People on YouTube heard it and were like, what was that sound? Totally fair. Totally fair. Harder to tell on YouTube, I feel like, because you see the notification happen in front of you on Twitch. Like, double. Because you see it on the actual chat, but then you also see it happen on the screen. Alright. Global news. But first, a little space news. XKCD's What If from 5 months ago. Would a submarine work as a spaceship? Let's find out.
This question comes from Jason, who asks, how long could a nuclear submarine last in orbit? The answer is not very long, but not for the reason I expected. The submarine wouldn't burst. Submarine hulls are strong enough to withstand 50 to 80 atmospheres of external pressure from water, so they'd have no problem containing 1 internal atmosphere of pressure from the air. And the hull would likely be reasonably airtight. Although watertight seals don't necessarily hold back air, the fact that water can't find a way through the hull under 50 atmospheres of pressure suggests that when the sub is in space, air won't escape quickly. Dangerous carbon dioxide buildup wouldn't be an issue, as submarines use CO2 scrubbers that can be run indefinitely as long as they have power. But oxygen is another story. Nuclear submarines use electricity to extract oxygen from water. In space, there's no water, so they wouldn't be able to manufacture more air. They carry enough oxygen in reserve to survive for a few days at least, but eventually they'd be in trouble. The really big problem, though, would be overheating, because space is so much warmer than the ocean. If you're pedantic, that's not really true. Space is, of course, very cold. But if you're even more pedantic, and I am, it is true in 2 different ways. Space in Earth orbit seems cold because it's so empty. Without a warm environment around you radiating heat back to you, you lose heat by radiation much faster than normal. But space in Earth orbit is actually warm. The pedantic reason for this is that temperature is a measure of the average kinetic energy of a collection of particles. And in space near the Earth, molecules can have average kinetic energies in the thousands of degrees. This doesn't make space feel warm, though. When I was a kid, I remember watching my dad use a metal grinder. Whenever metal touched the grinding wheel, sparks flew everywhere, sometimes falling in a shower on his hands and clothes. I couldn't understand why they didn't hurt him. After all, the glowing sparks were several thousand degrees. I later learned that the reason the sparks didn't hurt him was that they were tiny. The heat they carried could be absorbed into the body without warming anything more than a tiny patch of skin. The hot molecules in space are like the sparks in my dad's machine shop. They might be hot or cold, but they're so small and there are so few of them they don't change your temperature very much. Instead, your heating and cooling is dominated by how much heat you produce and how quickly it pours out of you into the void. And this is the practical reason that space is warm. Without air or water around you to carry heat away from your surface, you don't lose heat by conduction or convection, just radiation.
So yeah, apparently if you decide to launch yourself into space in your submarine that you've got lying around, it's not going to end well. So I would recommend against it. Alright, let's get on to earthly news. And let's go straight to England. And here Keir Starmer has he's got some stuff to say about taxes and the budget here in the UK. It's Guardian News from a day ago.
There is a budget coming in October, and it's going to be painful. We have no other choice, given the situation that we're in. Those with the broadest shoulders should bear the heavier burden, and that's why we're cracking down on non-doms. Those who made this should have to do their bit to clean it up. Not having enough prison places is about as fundamental a failure as you can get. And those people throwing rocks, torching cars, making threats, they didn't just know the system was broken. They were betting on it. That's what we've inherited. Not just an economic black hole, a societal black hole. And that's why we have to take action and do things differently. And part of that is being honest with people about the choices that we face, how tough this will be. And frankly, things will get worse before they get better. And I know that after all that you have been through, that is a really big ask and really difficult to hear. That is not the position we should be in. It's not the position I want to be in.
Well, there you go. That was Keir Starmer trying to sell austerity to the UK public.
Admiral Paparo said recently
Whoa, what's
the
happening?
U.S. could escort Philippines.
What just happened? I don't know why. I just got some random sound clip. That wasn't a Twitch notification or my soundboard. Weird stuff happening. Okay. Not the condoms. Yeah, that's what it sounded like, he said. I think he's talking about non-domestic. So I think he's talking about like multinational corporations, which I think is a fair place to start. That's for sure. Let's go to France really quickly, as there has been, as I told you, I would keep you in the loop on any changes in the French political kerfuffle, the situation that's been going on ever since Macron called that election months ago now. Now, something happened that I was not expecting. But we'll get to that shortly. Let's go to this first. This is France 24 English from a day ago. In spirit of letting quote-unquote democracy play out, is Macron obliged to consider PM from NFP leftist bloc? My opinion? Yes. But let's go to France 24 for their opinions.
For more on the story, we can bring in Nicolas Startin. He's a professor in politics and international relations at John Cabot University in Rome. He joins us by phone. Nicolas, thanks so much for being with us. You have studied the rise of the far right across Europe. We've seen a seemingly nonstop rise in the popularity of the far right here in France. The only thing that's really kept them out of power has been this so-called Republican front that has often meant left-wing voters holding their noses to vote for centrists. What kind of trajectory do you think this current political impasse in France puts us on?
Yeah, this is quite a difficult situation. I spoke to you on Friday. I spoke to your colleagues on Friday on France 24. And I was predicting that a prime minister would probably be announced on Tuesday. As it stands, it looks like a prime minister is not emerging from the shipwreck, if you like, of the legislative elections, where we have essentially the radical far-right bloc, the centre bloc, and the new popular front left bloc. I think we're moving into the territories of a political crisis for President Macron. There are a whole bunch of candidates that he would like to endorse as prime minister. Xavier Bertrand, the leader of the Hauts-de-France region in the north, former minister of Chirac, Michel Barnier, he would have liked to have perhaps nominated, former socialist prime minister Cazeneuve. But none of these would command a majority. And he's had meetings with the New Popular Front, and he's had meetings with the Rassemblement National leaders, Le Pen and Vendetta. And we're in a situation, quite frankly, where the president is boxed in. He cannot.
God. Now, just a couple of days ago, I was saying the same thing, but in my estimation, I believed at the time that Emmanuel Macron would be forced to accept the nominee from the New Popular Front, that being Lucie Castet. However, completely contravening that assumption that I had made, this happened. Here is France 24 English from 19 hours ago. French business leaders react after Macron rejects leftist government.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's the French people, not the business leaders. The business leaders couldn't be
Political
happier.
uncertainty. Well, that doesn't sit well with business leaders. Let's cross to Yuka Royer, who's at the annual end of summer seminar of the French Business Leaders Association taking place at the Longchamp racetrack in Paris. And yeah, that uncertainty weighing heavily with no prime minister in sight.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the two-day convention just wrapped up here, and I did feel a slight change in the atmosphere here from yesterday to today following the announcement by President Macron. Actually, many business leaders seemed relieved or optimistic that the pro-business environment of the past 7 years would probably be maintained, at least for now. But with the political left calling for protests, some are wary about another potential social upheaval down the line. Now, earlier, the president of MEDEF, Patrick Martin, seemed to welcome President's decision to prolong consultations to choose a next prime minister.
This is insane. I mean, it's like not having a Speaker of the House for months. That's what's happening right now, right? The French Assembly is essentially analogous to the United States House of Representatives, and they're going without a speaker, essentially. The prime minister that they're talking about is, in fact, the leader of that body in French government, and they're just going without a leader. Just kind of going, You know, no big deal. And the fact is business leaders are kind of happier about that than there being, you know, they prefer gridlock and ineffectualness than to having a leftist government in power. But that is what the voters asked for, and Emmanuel Macron is doing everything he can to avoid giving the voters what they wanted.
But warned that the current deadlock should not drag on, obviously, for too long, given that the deadline for a new government to draft the 2025 budget bill is looming on October the 1st. Now, with the amid geopolitical tensions as well as this unprecedented political crisis at home, some business activities and decision-making have come to a virtual stand.
Okay, that's good enough. We get it. Now, I still believe that due to the fact that it's going to be poorly received by the French people if Emmanuel Macron does, in fact, instead of accepting the will of the voters and giving the NFP prime ministership in the assembly, people are going to be pissed, right? And it's clearly undemocratic. And what he would have to do is essentially reach across the aisle in the rightward direction. That's basically his option right now, as all the leftist parties came together to form the NFP, as it's a new political party that was created out of necessity to beat the right, to beat Marine Le Pen and the National Rally. And you know, he's in this position where his, you know, neoliberalism and his sort of centrist sort of impulses are, you know, reality and his ideology are meeting, and he's gonna have to make a fucking decision here to either completely embrace fascism or just accept that democracy happened. I'd love to see him accept democracy. Perhaps I'm being too optimistic. All right, we're gonna skip over. The Olympics. I mean the Paralympics. Just because of time, like we're 4+ hours in. Although we've made headway. We really have made headway. I guess we can do this. We can do this. Even though it's insanely late. You can keep it going. Alright, let's go here. Let's do the Paralympics. Why not? Just one video. France 24 English from 19 hours ago. The Paralympics are starting. They actually started just yesterday. What to expect as 4,400 athletes compete in Paris.
With just hours to go before the start of the Paralympic Games, excitement is building in the French capital. Many event venues have been revamped, the athletes are here, and so are the tourists.
Oh, it's amazing to finally be in Paris. We've looked forward to this so long. I've never been here. I can't actually believe I'm here. It's very exciting. There's a really cool atmosphere.
Was that an Australian accent I just heard?
Beginning of the Olympics. Now I'm going to enjoy the Paralympics as well. I'm buying tickets right now.
Organisers are hoping to capitalise on the success of the Olympics, even if the Paralympics come at a time of tense negotiations for the formation of a new French government and at the start of the school year.
With regards to the start of the new school year, we think it's also a good opportunity to spread the message to the younger generation. We know the way disability and inclusion are viewed depends on this new generation.
They say it's a chance for Parisians who were on holiday during the Olympics to catch some of the action.
I'm absolutely sure Parisians who have missed the Olympics, they will join the party, and even those who attended the Olympics, they want a little bit more of that. La fête continue, no? I like that expression.
The party goes on. Yeah, the fête continue. I agree. Some might say the fête improves to some degree. Perhaps less shitty. Alright. Let's go. Just, my geography. Suits me correctly. Just one country over to Belgium, where Andrew Tate and brother Tristan appeared in court over new... Wait, actually it's not Belgium. It's Romania, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's no country in this title. In my brain it's Belgium, but it's definitely Romania. Almost 100% positive. I'm fallible, chat. I'm not perfect. I think you all know this. Anyway, let's see what Andrew and Tristan are doing over their human trafficking allegations.
Illegal.
It's racist. What's racist?
Morning. How?
What just happened?
Good morning. How are you?
Stop that. I'm confused. What's racist? Did I miss something? You're talking about me mistaking Romania for Belgium? That's racist? By the way, I know both of these dudes are a couple of fucking narcissist douchebags, but look at how hard Tristan is trying to walk like he's like a model or something. Like he's really, really trying to do this. Like, watch the walk. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's trying to pretend like he doesn't see the cameras, but he sees them. He's thinking it. He's thinking it.
In the UK, they're locking people up for a simple tweet. We're getting to a point where you're not allowed to say anything or have a differing opinion from the official narrative.
That is not. That is, pal. That is not what you guys are under arrest for. It's not for having different opinions, okay? Unless you consider having sex with children a variance of opinion, which is a real stretch of the just the English language in general.
Oh, how that worked during COVID. They intend on locking us all back in our houses. And taking all of our money away.
No. They're not intending on locking everyone in their houses. Just you and Tristan for the alleged sex trafficking and, you know.
Are you planning to leave Romania after all of this? Yeah, I love Romania. It's beautiful. I like the castles and the vampires. It's a gorgeous place. Why should I leave Romania? There's 3,200 video chat studios in here, in this country. How many have been raided for human trafficking? Isn't it funny that they didn't care about me doing video chat?
And yet somehow, I think if we polled women, I think they would take Dracula over Tate. Like, it's like a bear versus man situation, man versus bear, Tate versus Dracula. I think most women would pick Dracula over Andrew Tate. I personally would.
Anyone doing video chat?
We're trying to convince the court of law that the proposal of preventative arrest formulated in the second file is hazardous, and we hope to succeed. You don't deserve to succeed, pretty sure. Okay, enough Tate. Enough Tate. Good God, it's almost 4 in the morning. BCAT is back. Yes, that's right, Soleil. After leaving. It's not, that's okay. Whoa, what is happening? BCAT is just BCAT, not BCAT K? Wild. That is wild. I can't handle that. I don't think I can deal with that kind of change. That's too much change. Okay, taint. You're right. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for correcting me. Put some respect on that.
How rude.
Okay. Let's go here. Let's go to France 24. English from a day ago. Deadly Russian strikes pound Ukraine for a second day. And if you hadn't heard up till now, after Ukraine started its incursion into the Kursk region of Russia, about a week or actually a couple weeks after that, so like a few days ago, Russia started bombing Ukraine's territory in the heaviest onslaught since the war began, or at least since 2022. And they have not yet let up on that, it would seem.
The Ukrainian authorities, 91 projectiles of different types, drones or rockets, were fired by Russia overnight. So it's not as big as the one on the night from Sunday to Monday, where there was 236 apparently, but still quite a big one, with the drones flying around for hours and hours, which meant that the air alert was in force for much of the night. Over Kiev, I actually heard the explosion of one of them. All of the drones that attacked the city and rockets were apparently shot down, and no one was wounded, and the only damage was a fire in a park that was quite easily put out. But other regions of Ukraine suffered damage, and in particular in Zaporizhia, 2 people were killed. That's in the southeast of the country. Also in the southeast of Ukraine, Kryvyi Rih, Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown. There, 2 people have been confirmed killed, 5 injured, one of them seriously, and 2 people are reported still being searched for under the rubble after the Russians struck a hotel, the Hotel Aurora, which is in the center of Kryvyi Rih. I've stayed there. Journalists and NGO workers habitually stayed in that hotel, and it comes just a few days after the Russians struck another hotel where journalists were staying. That was in Kramatorsk, the Sapphire Hotel. There, a security worker for the Reuters agency was killed. One journalist...
I personally struggle to believe that Russian intelligence isn't even at least slightly aware of those facts. That journalists frequented these hotels on the regular. Could be wrong. Russia is learning from Israel. Yeah. Seemingly. Sort of example that you don't want people learning from, probably. Wait, what? BCAT hasn't been DB'd. BCAT's been decayed. BCAT K, not BCAT B. Who's BCAT B? I don't know any BCAT B. Clearly BCAT K is the superior of BCATs. Now this is from 18 hours ago. Shortly after that came out, Ukrainian drone attack sparks fire at Rostov oil depot. You know what? You know what bugs me that I feel bad about being upset about when it comes to like this and that recent attack on the oil tanker in the Red Sea by the Houthis. It's not about the human cost. I mean, I am upset. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is the thing that I'm like feel weirdly torn about feeling upset about while watching these things is like, fuck, like oil that just is burning for literally no good reason, aside from war, right? It's not powering anything. It's not turning anybody's electricity on or driving anybody's cars or getting any whatever, anything shipped across, the continents, whatever else, right? It's just burning. It's just adding fossil fuel burning to the atmosphere for literally no good reason. It just gets me so upset. Just like watching these things burn. I'm like, God damn it. Why is this where we're at right now in the timeline? We need Bacula. We have Bacula. Bacula, why aren't you solving this for us right now? Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like Tiny Bacula has any sort of solution for this for us, so I'm just gonna keep going on. People do call you BCAT B a lot. I feel like I've seen that, but I know what BCAT you are. BCAT K. The coolest. The coolest cat in chat. Coolest with a K, of course. I think that's implied. Okay. How are we doing on time? Let's go. Let's go here. Why are we all? Why can't we? This is why we can't have nice things, okay? Let's go to the Associated Press from a day ago. Japan says a Chinese reconnaissance plane has violated its airspace. Great.
Illegal.
Admiral Paparo said recently that the U.S. could
Settle down. Settle down. Oh shit, I think I need to translate this. I understand that this is the first time that an airspace violation by a Chinese military aircraft has been confirmed and disclosed since the introduction of the anti-airspace violation measures. The violation of our country's airspace by Chinese military aircraft is not only a serious violation of our country's sovereignty, but also a threat to our security, and we consider it totally unacceptable.
Illegal.
People need to chill out. Pretty much everywhere at this point. I'm not sure it's necessarily a continent-specific thing. It's basically just the world. Like, pretty much everywhere. The list is so goddamn long right now. It's a mammal thing, you think? Maybe we should elect bird leaders to government? Is that what you're saying? A birdocracy? Speaking of people needing to chill out, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from a day ago. Pentagon spokesperson pressed on the possibility of U.S. Navy escorting Filipino vessels in the South China Sea. Hold on, the volume is too.
Admiral Paparo said recently that the U.S. could escort Filipino vessels during resupply missions, that this would be within the bounds of the Mutual Defense Treaty. I wanted to know if that's consistent with the Secretary's thinking.
Yeah, thanks, Noah. What I would say is the Philippines remains the lead for its own operations in the South China Sea, and we continue to provide significant advisory support in addition to our efforts to help modernize the Philippine military. And so, as allies, we continue to stand with the Philippines, given especially the PRC has consistently prevented them from executing lawful maritime operations in the South China Sea. And so our commitment to that alliance is ironclad. As you know, our governments have close continual consultation, so any military support would be at the request of the government of the Philippines. And in that light, Admiral Paparo simply called it an option within the context of consultations.
So you're saying that if they requested such military support, that could be on the table for consultation, that wouldn't be...
Yeah, he's saying he's not ruling it out. I know it's a long-winded answer, but he's basically saying, yeah. Yeah, if Philippines wants it, they got it. So yeah, apparently the Navy is escorting the Philippines around the South China Sea to avoid continued escalations. Although it feels like an escalation having the U.S. Navy escorting it. So it's kind of a catch-22. Alright, let's go to we made it to the Middle East. We actually don't have that many videos on the Middle East today. This should actually be easy. I feel good about this. I feel like we can get through the whole list. Somehow. We did skip a few. But 91 videos. I think we did pretty good. Let's start in Jordan. As the number of visitors to Jordan's Petra monuments has plummeted. Perhaps unshockingly, due to the Israel-Gaza genocide. Let's go to France 24 English from a day ago.
Jordan's tourist economy made up 12.5% of national GDP in 2023, and the ancient city of Petra is its most visited attraction. But, usually bustling, the World Heritage Site has been hard hit by the Israel-Gaza war in the region.
Following the events in Gaza, the situation has got worse than that during COVID. During COVID-19, the closure was slow, but the war in Gaza has brought tourism to a sudden halt. There is still some tourism, but in general there has been a sharp decline.
35 hotels have closed down in the city. That's almost half, costing hundreds of people their jobs. And for some of those who have remained open, it's no longer profitable.
Many hotels are unable to close because they have 1 room per day or 3 or 4 rooms.
What just happened? Why? What? Let's not do this. Let's not be randomly timing people out. You know? Delete a message or two, but timeouts, unless the duck actually crossed the line. But I'm not seeing anything here in these messages that was provocative. It seemed like a bunch of duck-based stuff. Duck/mammal stuff. Which is pretty typical, I feel like, from Donald. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, but this is it's unfortunate. The situation here in Jordan, they rely on tourism dollars for a large portion of their GDP, and Yeah, it's unfortunate, but the fact is that because of all of the shit that Israel's doing, people are just kind of avoiding the Middle East in general. Which sucks. The fact is, those Petra monuments are incredible. I don't know if you know, but these things were carved out just like out of the cliffs themselves. It's truly incredible. I think it's technically one of the wonders of the world. I can't remember. I'm not sure if it's on the list, but it should be if it's not. Okay. Now, let's go here to Forbes breaking news once again from a day ago where another I think the same, I can't remember that guy's name, the same Pentagon spokesperson responded to questions about the Israel-Hezbollah escalations that have been happening recently.
Thanks, General. Question regarding Israel and Hamas. The Pentagon has said for quite a while now that one of its stated goals was to prevent this conflict from spreading. So based on what happened over the weekend between Israel and Hezbollah, how does the Pentagon view that? Does this seem to be an expansion? Because they've done attacks against each other, but these attacks were much bigger and seemingly had much more impact. How does that impact the Pentagon's view of whether this is expanding or not?
Yeah, thanks, JJ. So again, just to put this into context, when Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, you heard us say that we deployed a significant amount of additional capability into the Middle East region and the EUCOM region in order to send a very clear message of deterrence and to prevent this from becoming a wider regional conflict. Right now, we still assess that the conflict between Israel and Hamas is contained to Gaza. You have seen the...
It's contained to Gaza. It's a good way to put that. Contained to Gaza. It's funny. It's weird because sometimes it's contained to Gaza, other times it's, the scourge of Iran, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a different place. Could be wrong. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a guy. But, yeah, it's weird. Because it seems like this whole thing is, in fact, all related to that particular thing. For instance, Hezbollah has explicitly stated that the only reason that they've been engaged in any kind of hostilities with Israel is due to the ongoing genocide of Gaza and the occupation and all that. So, it doesn't seem contained as much as it is sort of spread throughout the whole region and situation that he's trying to separate.
Cross-border strikes between Israel and Lebanese Hezbollah since October 8th. What you saw over the weekend, of course, was a much larger scale than what we've seen previously, but it is, in our view, not a wider regional conflict at this stage. And so we're going to continue to stay very focused on de-escalation of tensions in the region, as I highlighted, and preventing it from becoming a wider regional war. Thank you. Tony.
In what way is it already not a wider regional war, Mr. Ryder?
Welcome to the
For fuck's sake.
I don't want reality.
It's contained, don't worry. According to Mr. General Dick Ryder, whatever his name is. Generally lying. Everything's fine. Nothing to worry about. Let's go to Channel 4 News. something we should worry about. Israeli settlers accused of using cover of war to build more settlements.
Welcome to the occupied West Bank. We're in the Palestinian village of Beta. The tear gas has begun unusually early today. These scenes have become a weekly ritual. Palestinians holding a small demonstration after Friday prayers. Israeli soldiers firing tear gas down at them.
Palestinians have been protesting like this for years and years, but if anything, the situation for them on the ground is only getting more and more difficult. The Israeli army becoming more and more uncompromising, particularly since October the 7th.
At times, the Israelis shoot live bullets. More than a dozen people have been killed around Beta in the past few years, since demonstrations against a new nearby Israeli settlement began.
And the settlers here, they stole our land. And every Friday we come here just to pray peacefully. But
okay, we're not gonna watch this whole piece from Channel 4, but there's a couple of spots I thought we should definitely hit.
Ancestral and spiritual homeland, and protecting it.
At the moment we're 15, we can be 20 by the end of the summer.
Malkiel is Eviatar's head of security.
But the settlements that you're building here, they make a Palestinian state, a two-state solution, impossible practically. But I guess that's part of the aim. Is
well,
that right?
I'll ask you if you have a Palestinian state here, who will protect Tel Aviv from being rocketed?
I mean, there's technically, first off, there's already a state there that they're just occupying, right? The West Bank is supposed to be a state, but because of what they're doing, it's not really, it's not all in one piece. But it's this is fucking insane, right? These are the words of essentially a genocidal maniac.
Who will protect Tel Aviv from being rocketed?
The army.
Well, the army.
Apparently,
the army.
UNRWA. The army? Well, as long as we hear the army here. If you take the Palestinians seriously and you take the Hamas seriously and you hear what they're saying, they're talking about from the river to the sea.
That's effectively your slogan. From the river to the sea should be all Israel.
Well, it was. It was much more, actually.
700,000 settlers.
Oh, you should hear how bad they are. They're saying river to the sea. That's what you're saying. Actually, no, I'm actually saying that it's more than that. We used to say that, but then we remembered that it's actually Israel used to be bigger than that. Incredible reasoning and logic coming from that settler. So you see, Israel's better because they want more than the river to the sea. Okay, that seems to contravene all logic. But we're not done listening to the settlers who are taking land actively right now, saying insane things. Just give me a second.
My camp, complete with family-friendly activities. But this is an unabashed radical fringe, backed ideologically by senior far-right members of government, that believes Gaza is Jewish land. On Yosef's neck, a tattoo of a banned extremist group. For him, the death and destruction wrought in Gaza represents an opportunity to take it over.
אני ישנתי בלילה בלי סק"ש ולא בתוך אוהל.
I'm pretty sure not that one, but the other one. I think the other tattoo is the group that Itmar Ben-Gvir used to be a part of as well. I sleep at night without a sleeping bag, without a tent, in these rough conditions. Oh. You understand, with the heat and the flies, when we enter Gaza with God's help, it will be much more difficult in terms of conditions. So here it is just a small preparation.
In the camp, the orange color of...
Listen to this guy acting like he's some sort of, you know, like, well, I mean, martyr. You know, he's, oh no, we're putting ourselves through this terrible ordeal of stealing people's land. It's really tough. It's like camping. Jeez, what a tough time for this kid.
Movement flies high. Some soldiers fighting in Gaza have posted photos online with the flag too, though Israel's leadership insists there's no prospect of re-establishing the settlements. Ariel believes it will happen and hopes to be amongst the first to move to Gaza. She came to Israel 7 years ago from Texas.
The idea of you coming from America to here, settling in...
This girl is creepy white.
The idea of you coming from America to here, settling in, potentially in Gaza, kicking Palestinians out, a lot of people would see that as settler colonialism.
It's not really colonialism, it's a return. My grandparents were kicked out of Israel by Arabs who were trying to establish Palestinians.
Wow.
And they had to leave for their survival, and I'm
sorry.
back and fulfilling their dreams.
Hold on, did you hear what she said?
That would be the first thing. The second thing...
Did you hear what she just said? Her grandparents were kicked out because of the Nakba? Is that what she's saying? Like, her grandparents were like some of the original Zionist settlers from the 30s? And things didn't go good for them specifically, and now this just them returning 100 years later? Is that what she's saying? Because that's nonsense. It's just nonsense. It's just, it's justifying Zionism with Zionism, and it's a real circular, logical sort of argument to make.
I think that, and I know this is a minority view, I think colonialism gets a bad rap. Like, genocide is bad, but colonizing places that are genocidal and they have bad ideology, it's good to come in and correct their views.
What do you think?
Oh my God. Wow. Listen to this.
Genocidal and they have bad ideology, it's good to come in and correct their views.
What do you think should happen to the people who are already in Gaza?
So I think that there's a couple of possibilities. The one that I think is the most realistic is we got to ask other countries for help. I know that Spain was willing to take a couple of million. I know Russia said they would take a couple of thousand.
To a lot of people, that would sound like you're advocating for ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, it does. And the fact is, you know, the same argument that she's making right now, a different group of people made during the 30s and 40s. I think we know who I'm talking about right now. But I remember those people thinking a certain group of people didn't have the right ideology. And we just need to fix it. However that happens. Certainly not the sort of justification you want to make in this particular scenario. Pretty fucked, pretty twisted. Just, you know. And the fact is, she's a Texan, you know. She's not an Israeli, she's a Texan. She moved there from Texas 7 years ago. Okay, what else we got? Alright, let's go to this. Staying in the West Bank. France 24 English, 19 hours ago. Israel launches deadly West Bank operation. This is just from yesterday.
Across now to ABC correspondent Jordana Miller in Jerusalem. Jordana, you've been following the latest Israeli military briefing on this West Bank operation. What are the authorities saying about it?
Well, the Israeli army says they have launched a major counterterrorism operation. The aim is to arrest terrorists that have been operating in, as you said, Jenin, Tulkarm, Nablus, the Far.
I'm sorry, but this doesn't look like an arrest as much as it looks like a bombing. Usually if you arrest somebody, you get some handcuffs, you put it on them. You don't firebomb their house. That's not usually how arrests work in supposed democratic societies.
Illegal. Refugee camp. They said that there have been 9 Palestinian militants, or what they call terrorists, killed so far, and that they are encountering combat, gunfire, explosions. We're hearing from Palestinian reports that the IDF has encircled the city of Jenin, and they're now not allowing movement in or out.
I feel like I pine for the days early on when people were still trying to claim that the West Bank wasn't apartheid. Still trying to claim that the Gaza Strip wasn't occupied because it could be kind of argued, at least at the time. Because now, none of these arguments don't even kind of come even close to scratching the surface of what is actually happening, right? I mean, fact is it is apartheid. It is oppression. It is occupation. And the West Bank, this situation in the West Bank, due to the fact that many people in the West struggle to even separate the two, they don't understand the difference. They hear Palestine, they hear one place. They don't understand the ins and outs of this necessarily, the sort of fractured nature. But the fact is that what's happening in the West Bank, even though Israel is claiming that it's terrorist based, what's happening is clearly illegal. It's already been claimed to be. Just the occupation itself is illegal. Just the settlements themselves are illegal. But what's clearly happening here, this is the sort of thing that I think in pretty much any other situation, if you had this happening in Eastern Europe or, it'd be a completely different situation. You'd have troops on the ground, right? When will that ever happen? Will it ever happen? Probably not. And not that I want troops to be on the ground, but the fact is this needs to be stopped. And I don't know, our leaders aren't doing anything really to stop it. Meanwhile, they cry about war crimes everywhere else but here. One of the most blatant, obvious violations of humanitarian law on the planet. Alright, let's go to this. Guardian news from a day ago. Footage shows moment Israeli strike hits building in Gaza's Nusrat. Fucking hell. Those are American bombs right there. Alright, penultimate video. You've made it an incredible distance through space. Almost done. Associated Press from a day ago. Israeli military releases video of hostage rescue operation in Gaza. Look at that. They rescued one hostage. Was that 5 now they've rescued? Supposedly? Wow. How many billions of dollars? And lives lost? Here's a zero fun fact you won't unlearn. The loading buffering circle on your computer is called a throbber. You're welcome. Wow, I won't unlearn that. That is gonna be stuck in my brain forever. Well, hi to you, Zero Cool. Good to see you. Good to see you. How's life in the UK? Are you still going hard on the Dead by Daylight these days? Ooh, hydrate. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. Doing good. Just multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch right now. Trying to finish this up. Getting close. Life in the UK will be life in the USA next week. My God, that is exciting. What's bringing you to the US of A? All right, now let's go to this. This is our last video of the evening. BBC News from a day ago. UN, that's right, the United Nations, has halted aid operations in Gaza after 6 killed in West Bank strike. BBC News, let's go.
In the Middle East, the United Nations says that it's had to halt its humanitarian operations in Gaza. It comes after the Israeli military issued a new evacuation.
By the way, can one of the Twitch mods do a shout out for Zero? He's also a streamer, and yeah, people should check him out when you get a chance.
Order for the area where aid workers were operating from. The UN is the primary aid distributor inside the territory, which has been devastated by 10 months of war between Israel and Hamas. The UN agency UNRWA, one of the key humanitarian groups working in Gaza, spoke about the deteriorating situation.
The space that people have been confined to is so minimal. There are tanks in areas that used to be designated as safe areas. And this is just another testament to there being nowhere safe in the Gaza Strip. People have nowhere to go. There is nowhere to find safety. It's very limited access to humanitarian resources because the humanitarian operations are also being displaced within these evacuation orders. And the humanitarian response here is being completely strangled and limited to our ability of what we can do.
Well, elsewhere in the region, medics say one Palestinian was shot dead by an Israeli settler and 5 others were killed in an Israeli airstrike in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli Defense Forces confirmed the strike in Nur Shams camp east of the city of Tulkarem and said its target was what it described as a command room of a terror cell.
Everything's a command room of a terror cell. Well, we made it through another one. Thankfully, we had each other to get through this arduous journey through the unknown. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Is this the newest one? No, it's not. Son of a... Please hold. Please hold technical difficulties. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragons, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here you see before you have helped produce this show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon, where space benefits await. Link in my YouTube chat and bio.
Drama.
Rude. Alright, got ones in chat, so it's time for the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Go, music, go. Ahem. Go up, go.